as well on the big story, and then we'll of course go to the business week with Frank Aigbogun, as well as Ololade Akimorele and the chief economist as well, Dr. Oliemi Adeosun. All of them will be giving us the top stories for the business stories this week. So keep your fingers crossed and keep it tuned to Business Day Television. And of course, we'll see what we have on social listening. Maybe that's where we get to unleash, this cat out of the bag. But yes, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Starting off with Trump threatens to launch military attacks in Nigeria over Christian killings. NDLEA uncovers Kolos Lab in Lagos, arrests 30-year-old owner. BVI court rules ex-Seplat chairman Orojako hid assets to evade $220 million debt to Access Bank. Oil prices steady as investors assess US-China trade truce. Those are some of the headlines this morning, but let's start off with the first one. Of course, this morning, Trump threatening to launch military attacks in Nigeria over Christian killings. I think this is where we hear your thoughts on it.
So, it's important we say as it is. Now, I don't think it makes any sense to look beyond what it is that is troubling your nation, only to throw a far cry to another sovereign nation that in many ways has dealt with its own issues, not necessarily become perfect with the results, but is getting there. And this also brings to light, as it is, that who made Donald Trump the police of the world? It doesn't make any sense. It only goes to show the level of, ignorance surrounding matters of Nigeria. Nigeria is a complex and a big nation, a republic at that. And first and secondly, we're not even an extension of the United States. So there are a lot of things that actually you can see from that tweet or that whatever message that he put up there on social media. And of course, it wasn't his media aide or his assistant. It was him.
Directly from him.
Exactly. So it's not something that we take lightly. We take it seriously. We're 200 million Nigerians strong. And so lives will be affected with simple messages like that, or not messages, or contribution, or whatever you want to call it on social media like that, statement like that. Look, I think it is double standard at its highest peak, right? In the United States there, okay, matters are not hidden all over social media. I don't have to travel there to know these things. However, having seen firsthand what drug can do, they have a big drug problem in the United States. Should we even talk about the fact that there's racism, submerging and, of course, pressing down the potentials of African Americans in the United States? Or do we talk about the fact that you have issues surrounding immigration, where people who have lived all their lives in the United States, maybe basically born in the United States, are torn out of the hands of their loving family? Should we go on and on? Or maybe we should throw it backwards to history. We know very well, wherever the CIA and the United States go in, they leave it worse as it was. Should we go ahead, WMD, what's it called again, weapon of mass destruction? How far with Iraq? Was it found? No. Should we go ahead, what about Afghanistan? Where are they right now? Let's even look at it. Let's not go too far. What about Libya? They took out Gaddafi. Libya right now is a war-torn place. It's just a route for slave trade. Right? We can go on and on. Look, let's even throw it all the way to 1940.
1940.
Yes,
wow.
Japan. Right? We talk about Christians being killed. Of course, nobody wants anybody to die. But the issue in which he has weighed on, honestly speaking, he's myopic towards it. He doesn't have clarity towards it.
Why do you think he's being myopic, or is looking from a myopic?
So I will explain. The truth of the matter is that if you don't know the genesis of something, you only bring out and you showcase your ignorance when you weigh on it, because you want people to come and bow down to you, to now say that you are the God of the world. You're not the God of the world. You have other people to contend with, right? Unfortunately, when statements like this are made, we expect our government to respond, and respond firmly. But I believe that their response is going to come. We also hear that our president has traveled. We don't know where he has traveled to, or he's planning on traveling, the case may be. But I think that what Donald Trump wants to achieve with this is simple, and we shouldn't be afraid to talk about it. We're a sovereign nation, right? But again, our fourth Nigerian government. You see, when you go cap in hand to go and borrow money and ask for aid, these are the kind of things that you see, right? You become almost at the call and beckon of a nation that is giving you those funds. Remember on this set, I've always said before, we should be mindful how we go to borrow money. Even when we don't need it, we still go and borrow or go and ask for aid. Even when they bring the aid and we don't need the aid, we still collect it because of greed. That's the thing. So all this indication simply means one thing. You're weakening your position in the global eye. You're weakening your position economically, you're weakening your position when it comes to sitting on the table. Before now, we know that they might invited one or two of our own, government officials. Maybe they haven't attended or given room for that conversation. Because we all saw what happened to South Africa when South African president went there. They accused South Africa of what? Of genocide with the white people. Guess what? The picture they put up there in the Oval Office, the White House, was not even a picture of South Africa. Do you know what I mean? Right? Talking about multiple graves, were not even the picture from South Africa. But he set the man up. So maybe they were trying to do that to one of our officials. We haven't given them that opportunity. And so they look for areas to now say, killing of Christians. Why now? That's the question. And these are critical areas to look at.
But it could also, are you also not seeing the side that it could also be an area of concern for them?
It's never
I'm glad that you mentioned, yes, I'm glad that you mentioned area of concern. Actually.
The same thing
Yes,
happened
right.
with Iraq. I'm glad you actually mentioned Iraq, as part of the history. The US would never, their way is war. And the bad thing about it is that it's the fact that they don't even target the problem. They target the poor, the extremely poor citizens. Iraq, they named that operation Save Iraq, but it wasn't to save Iraq. It was to make Iraq what it is today, to dismantle it. And that's the same thing that they're trying to do with Nigeria. With the Tinubu's response, I was happy and glad with the response. But what I didn't like was the fact that he didn't address the situation. He made it sound political.
Right.
If someone is saying, "Oh, they are killing Christians," explain why they are killing Christians, or why it's not Christians they are
But
killing. Why there is a misconception.
Yes, that's not religious.
Yeah,
It might
not
just
a
be
religious one.
tribal.
I was saying it last week. They actually invaded a Muslim village and they slaughtered people.
So it's more tribal than
That's the point, which is why
than
I
religious.
said that Donald Trump is myopic towards what's going on in this country.
It's just going.
He doesn't have
hearing what
yes,
everyone is
that's the
saying
thing.
on social media.
You know the interesting thing about this conversation, which I think we will flesh out, peel different layers of it on the big story, is the fact that we don't have diplomats right now, right? We don't have ambassadors. And I think that this sort of takes us back there. This sort of ties back to that, because if we had diplomats, if we had ambassadors, these are the people that would have been at the forefront explaining these things on the global front, right? Because the president can't do all of these things by himself, because he's been the one that's now been serving as diplomat for every country, and it doesn't work that way. So if we had right now, because we don't have, you know that's an issue that we've been dealing with for a while, right? There are no ambassadors right now in Nigeria. So if we had that, we might not be having this conversation that we're having.
So it's good that you have mentioned this area. Now, as much as, is an issue that 2 years has passed into his administration and then we don't have diplomats to handle these issues. There are other ways that Donald Trump could have reached out to Nigeria, for crying out loud sake.
Donald Trump is just being Donald Trump.
Exactly.
I see this thing as Donald Trump show.
It is.
That's one of it.
It's just being Donald Trump.
And then the sometimes we're not even seeing. I will say it again. It's very clear that, look, Nigeria sits on trillions worth of not just natural resources, but the newly found one. We just found out that look, we have, what's called again, lithium and a whole lot. So you see, we have now become a country of concern, not because Christians are dying, but because there's an idea of.
To be honest, let's even call it country of interest.
Thank you very much. That's the word.
Also taking food out of their mouth.
That's the word. That's the word. So now,
country of
because I tell
interest.
you, the U.S. government and its military will not go into a place where they don't have interest in quantum. Let's be honest. They tried with Burkina Faso. They did this city response. It was direct and straight. We don't need anything like that. So Nigeria as a sovereignty, that's very clear. I understand already we have compromised ourselves. Friends and families have people abroad who are working in different areas. They're expecting, returns back and forth. We have compromised ourselves. Like I said before, when you compromise your nation, simply means that you have given your right to an argument. And I keep saying that this is not just a military might or show of might. It is a point where if we don't respond and respond in a very critical way, we could have lost faces in the eye of the world. And Nigeria is supposed to be the giant of Africa, so they said. And truth be told, our military is well trained. We might not have all the guidance and everything, but I tell you, if push comes to shove, we should give them a fight because it comes to invade us.
Let me break your
That's
heart.
how I
So, what bank has actually approved the 1 trillion naira?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, people buy information.
So now they have done what they have approved. It simply means that the deeper we try to, the further we try to run it from the loan, the deeper we go into it. And don't forget, once you collect money, interest will build. And so the question is this: in doing all that, does it now make us shut our mouth to tell Donald Trump and his so-called billionaire friends? Because this is not issue of Americans. I love Americans.
So I must give it to the Nigerian government. They actually, like I said, if they would have made it political, they would have tried to address the situation. People
Right.
are dying, but their response was not as bad. I like how they fired back
Immediately.
Yeah.
Also, there's something else again just to add to that. Good, they fired back immediately. Now, it will make us lose space. It will now say, we know what to do to get those killing the Christians. No! They shouldn't be in a hurry to now say, let's now fortify to start because Donald Trump said so. He's not our boss. The boss who I respect and I'll always listen to is the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Nigeria, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He's my boss. End of story.
Wow.
And so,
let's leave it at that.
And then we
talk about, yes, it is my boss. Let's end it.
That's
You know, you did mention that it's probably what you into the politics. There's no problem. I see what you are hinting at.
So Donald Trump should go and relax and face this issue of fentanyl, this issue of immigration, this issue of he should go and face all these issues and leave Nigeria alone. Nigeria is too big for rubbish. On to the next story.
Love it. All right. NDLA uncovers Colos Lab in Lagos and arrests 30-year-old owner on Colos.
Only problem in Nigeria.
Look at that. I mean, NDLA, they're working overtime. I give it to them for that. You
Most
know,
definitely.
Colos Lab. I was shocked to find out that we actually
Have
have
a
a
lab.
Colos Lab.
Don't be shocked, because truth be told, there are a lot of small scale factories that you think that they are manufacturing things for us to buy off the shelf. Meanwhile, on the ground, they have all these little things, and of course, in this kind of case, it's not a little thing, it's a destructive element to society. So it's good that NDLA can move swiftly and bring all these things to the foreground. But another thing I want to say, the flip side is, there is no way they could have fostered this long if they don't have some
Backing up the
external
government.
help and some other areas.
Yeah.
Can we extend that hand right into the circle of sacred cow and bring a one big cow from there and let the world see? If you can do that, NDA, I say, goes to you.
Because
If not,
what's going to be the fate of this 30-year-old now? Is it that you arrest him and then you seize all his goods and then go back to the world and sin no more? Is that what is going to be?
he should tell us
So
who is funding him.
Yeah, I believe they work hand in hand, because I schooled in a place where drugs was,
Order of the day.
the order of the day. Every day they will come and raid, like every day literally they will raid, and after the raid you see the person next day still selling and distributing drugs. So
There we go.
they all work hand in hand. So
we
when
go.
I see stories like this, I just laugh. That's why I laughed. Kulos laugh. It would come out and it will continue again. So
Well,
it's
we hope
just
this
the
time. Now-
different location.
Now we know his face. We hope that NDLA will not. Another thing, we're not. I hope he's not just a scapegoat to say this issue is coming up. Let's look for
Yeah,
one of
there's
those.
always a scapegoat.
One of those people who we've allowed to foster for a while, bring him in and then rope him
And
in.
remember, the year is coming
But
to an
you
end.
know,
Because
we
if you are
also
watching-
talked about recently NDLA. One of the conversations that we had, even on the big story, even on the headlines, we talked about NDLA trying to make drugs and all of these things,
Right.
regulating it so that it's not now something that we are
That's
smuggling.
that's what cannabis is.
Yes, not just cannabis.
Colors, cannabis, they're all the same.
So because there is, this is synthetic, right?
Synthetic, yes.
So, but because there is the medical side of these things, why we need some of these so-called drugs. So it's just being able to regulate them and see who is running what, who is handling what. I think that would actually address a lot of things.
Another thing I'll tell you, honestly speaking, like they say, when something is overdone is a problem. When it is below
Underdone.
it's also a problem. Truth be told, even the regular money that we spend, right? If you hold on to it for too long, in some amount, it becomes money laundering. So drugs are the same thing. They have drugs itself. Those are stuff that you can use to make some over-the-counter medication. But they get hold of all these hard drugs and they use it without regulation. That's why it's called drug abuse. However, we hope it's not a case of ISIS. I'm not throwing NDLA under the bus here, but we are speaking as broadcasters and journalists. We want a case where when this has happened, you've apprehended this person. Can we see a follow-up? Can you invite one of us to come there and then interview the people who spearheaded this bust, who cracked this whole syndicate? Can we also talk to the guy who was arrested? Let's hear their different views so that we can go to
it's not rocket science, to be honest. So hard to like have bodies that will actually regulate. It's not rocket science. Like country like the Gambia now. They found out that the use of drugs was getting rampant. Then they banned it. Then they started using all this aboniki, balm, and all of that. The government found out. And what did they do? They banned it. The pharmaceutical industries, there's a body that actually regulates how much of this cannabis actually goes to them to make drugs. So for me, it's very easy. I just feel like Nigeria is just being Nigeria. There's always one bad egg somewhere that actually makes all of this happen. If they decide today, I think they were asking for fund. I think we talked about it in social listening or something. They were asking for fund, so from the government, so they can share whatever they get from whatever was smuggled, so they can actually use it to regulate. Yeah. So I don't think it's rocket science, to be honest. I don't think it is. There's always, they have to start with them first. Fish out the bad eggs. They're really ready to work. And after you fish out the bad eggs, you can now put down your rules and regulations. I'm very, very sure that once that is in place, all of this would not be, an issue anymore.
An issue.
Oh well, at least one down. Let's hope the other ones will be apprehended.
Every day they apprehend. Believe me, they apprehend them every day.
Interesting.
And then you still get to see the same set of people selling the same drugs, and they will still come back again to apprehend them. So I don't think it has gone beyond apprehending anybody. Fix the system. That's the people themselves. Fix it, then it will be very easy to crack down, to stop the whole selling of cannabis and drugs.
If we ever make you,
maybe they've even become friends of the house.
If we ever make her the DG of NDLA, people be in trouble.
I'm actually
we need to see what our drugs actually do to people.
Of course.
Coming from a society that I see what it does to people, you wouldn't want to hear that there's a place where all of this actually generated.
In fact, this thing we're talking about, look, we're even managing it in the US, the same United States of America, right? You will see these people acting like zombies. Fentanyl, and because believe it or not, fentanyl. This is the other name, the main scientific name. It's layer. I've forgotten the name
living
now.
cannabis sativa
or something. But the truth of the matter is that it is deadly. It brings a lot of havoc to the individual, the family, and creates a lot of burden for the government to handle. Eventually, the person loses his mind and start roaming around the street, become the nuisance, And what can we say? It's not unique to Nigeria.
Synthetic drugs, never the way, never at all. But we'll take a quick break right now. I'll be back right now to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
there might be a little bit of relief for this operators, the haulage, logistics sector with the new tax laws and whatever. I think that's a little bit interesting, because I would have expected it to be the other way around.
Yeah.
Because we've been seeing that with tax laws, people are and looking at 2026 with a little bit of concern and a frown on our brows, because on our forehead, thinking about what, the burden of what the tax laws might be. But the story here actually, with what the president of the the fiscal committee, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, had mentioned that there would actually be some sort of relief in that sector.
But how's that going to work? Because normally they're actually facing like heavy tax now. So what's the magic that's gonna happen?
That's going to happen,
yes,
right?
because it's really this tax thing. I must tell you, I'm part of the 90% that's actually confused about it, because I can't wait for January.
I can actually wait.
You can wait.
I can wait, because I know how it's going to be. It's going to tell on everyone.
Yeah.
So, I mean, truth be told, we already know that the freight business is a big industry, right? And it accounts for a huge income for the nation.
10.95 billion.
It's not a small amount of money. And of course, it moves hand in hand with shipping and a whole lot of other, logistic business. Having said so, if they are now saying that for what it is, the new tax law promises relief, I'm beginning to ask myself a question. Is it that we're canvassing that the tax should be increased, or what? How is it going to add value to them? Or maybe again, on the flip side,
something we're not seeing.
They have seen and said, wait a minute, if this thing goes up, does it now mean that goods that are coming into Nigeria and they are taxed at that level, right? It will create more, jobs for them. I'm wondering how, because if I'm an investor and I'm someone who imports as an importer, and I import goods and services, I import goods to the country, and I'm being taxed heavily, I'm supposed to increase my price, So I'm trying to see where there is a meeting point in this. But however, there is a given. The given here is, if they say it's a relief for them, will it now create room for more employment? We will have people who don't have jobs begin to have, driver's job or some kind of skilled worker's job, because now they've said it's a relief for them. Will it transmit to mean that, look, opportunities will open? And if opportunities will open, can we now advertise those opportunities so that people can actually get jobs and earn a living? So these are areas I want to see. If we just say that, okay, it's not a relief on which sector? Is it just the freighting? How does the freighting sector affect every other area? Logistics, how does it affect the shipping? Can we go on and on? What about down to the normal regular driver? Will they get more goods to transport and make money to take care of their families? It is those contexts I'm seeing this from. However, give and take, if it's only going to benefit those at the top, then that is not a given.
So the good thing about this story is that to get more insight and to have the full scoop, you need to just grab a copy of the paper or visit www.businessday.ng. That's why this is Business Day, where you get to see the things you didn't expect to see in terms of in the world of business, where you get more enlightened, more information. So grab a copy of the Business Day paper closest to you, from vendors closest to you, or visit www.businessday.ng. Still speaking about tax, we also see that how Bayelsa achieved 250% tax boom and how the laws may affect it. That's another story that you need to read up on. Like we say, if you really mean business, you should start your day with Business Day. And that's why this is Business Day. This is where you get the stories as it is, stories that will impact your business, stories that take you from point A to point B. But let's move on now and see what we have just before we leave the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, there's also this one that says land prices jump in Southeast on improved security. So we're seeing that in the Southeast right now, there's a little bit of an increase in price for land with more security, which is a good thing, especially for the agents, the developers, the realtors. So this might be good news. They're making more money. Yes, for the people who are buying, they have to now get a lot more out of pocket. But I think it's not when you're paying for quality. It's good.
I mean, you've said it all, and the most important thing is, if it is a qualitative, if it's a building that is has met its mark and you want to buy or you want to rent, it will make no sense if security is not there. But seeing that they can now say that, look, security has improved. Saying that, okay, if it has improved, does this now mean that those who want to bring in, quality materials come and build proper homes can now do their business freely? It will definitely, like you said, open a lot of business opportunities for agents, realtors, right? Begin to give more room for those who are even in the media industry to now say, look, you who owns the building, give us, commission us the job so that we can advertise what you have and then spread it out there. So what this now means for the other parts of Nigeria is there'll be some level of decentralization. People now begin to say, I can go back to that East area, begin to invest, begin to say, for what it's worth, I would not, in the middle of building a structure or getting a building in place, kidnappers now come and kidnap my workers. So all in all, it is a win-win. We have security personnel saying that security in the state is now intact, or in that area is now intact, even though it's not 100%.
Yeah, but it's been a long time we actually heard of proper security in the East, especially. So I think this is actually a win. We're not saying it has to be 100%, but having to see this. Land, the price of land actually dropped all the way. Land that you can sell for 2.5 million, 3 million, it dropped all the way to 300,000, 400,000 because nobody was willing to come invest. Right, yeah. So having to see this on the front page, it's really encouraging.
It's encouraging, actually.
And if they pay their tax, now good for the government, of course. I mean, you pay your tax. They pay their tax, which means that the government begins to make money.
Tax collector.
Yes. I mean, maybe I should even,
You should
I won't actually. The thing is, I'll be so ruthless because if you don't pay your tax, I'm shutting down that business.
Valentine's Day.
I trust you. I trust you. I love it. The action.
Most definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. The story it says 12 Nigerian governors. The big story on the front page of the Punch this morning. It says CPC blacklist. 12 Nigerian governors, other officials may face U.S. sanctions. This continues on page 2 of the Punch paper at this point. It says government officials, judges risk asset freeze in new U.S. law. Tinubu U.S. VP may meet amid tensions. I mean, Debbie also confirmed that President Tinubu had, traveled, to meet with the VP. And then on page 7 of the paper this month says cool controversy. Silva's brother driver still in custody. On page 3 of the paper this morning, student loans applications hit 1 million. On page 3 of the paper this morning, doctors dispute federal government's 11.9 billion naira payout as strike continues. On page 5 of the paper this morning, it says NDLEA arrests musician, uncovers Lagos illicit drug laboratory. On page 8 of the paper this morning, it says Dewey joins APC today, size Bielsa interest. And on the top side of the paper, of the Punch paper this morning, page 7, PDP crisis, Makinde bloc regroups as autumn Payoshe back weekend. But let's talk very briefly on the CPC blacklist. 12 Nigerian governors and other officials may face U.S. sanctions. Judges risk asset freeze in U.S. law. U.S. Vice President may meet Tinubu amid some of the tensions with the old CPC thing. I know you have a lot to say.
So again, this simply means one thing and one thing only. Nigeria fix Nigeria. Our politicians fix Nigeria. Look, forget about the idea of personal gain and begin to look at the interest of the nation, national interest. Otherwise, we'll get foreign bodies, right, reading out the narratives for us. Because truth be told, if we strengthen our own policies, strengthen our institutions, strengthen our governance, a way that we run the government in our country, I don't think that a foreign country will come in and have the audacity to now say they're trying to, blacklist governors. You know what it is to be a governor? And I speak this with so much pain in my heart. To be a governor means we assume that you have gone through character and learning, and so you are honorable. And so you've done things that will make any other regular person believe that you are an icon and you're someone to look up to. And so when they keep on discrediting our governors, then what is remaining? Don't forget that some states are generating a lot of money, and you have foreigners from those several countries, right, having investments in those states. So if you now say that our governor is questionable, he has a questionable character, does this now mean that those investors should pack and leave? What does it now mean for the state and its income, right? So this is what I mean. We should stop shooting ourselves in the foot, right? We need to not only make sure that our government is a government of decisive action and to make sure that corruption and issues surrounding money laundering is met with an iron fist. Because if you do that, right, countries will respect us. Not only are we supposed to do that, we must also make sure that before you even go in to become a governor, yes, we know that politicians most definitely all have one way or the other. I generally will say all of them do have something in their cupboard. But however, can we be able to see that not only character is put in there, but someone who has track record of making sure that embezzling and corruption is not the order of the day.
Remember, you can have a good track record, and when you get there, it's another story. It's politics.
So I like what you said. Now. Yeah. So the question is, are they going to tie your hand and say you must change? It all falls back to the individual. You see, there's a child that begins at home. The kind of training you have while growing up, the kind of school, the kind of friends you have while growing up, the kind of clique of, or whatever you call it, the group of friends you have around you, or family members, can determine who you become tomorrow. However, this is not unique to Nigeria. We also have governors in the United States who also have questionable character. Let's even call a spade, right? The president of the United States, who will be seeing the name of President Donald Trump, right? POTUS, right? He also has his own issues too. If not for the way it was, right? He would have gone to jail. So what are we talking about here? Right?
I think it's just I don't feel sad for this because that's what you get when you take from people and then go store it somewhere else. So if Trump have said he's going to make them a center for that's CPC thingy, if he's going to make sure that Nigeria is like in the spotlight, please you should go ahead and persecute
by all means.
So I like that you said
I don't think it's
but there's a twist to this. If we give into this, it simply means that Nigeria can become an extension, Nigeria is an extension of America. Meaning to say that whenever they say jump, we'll ask them how high. I think
know what we've always been doing.
So I think we need to step up to say, look, we will not catch a cold whenever you see it. It is time to look in the face and say, look, we have our problems, we have our challenges, but we're not going to push over. Remember, we are the of Africa. We at one point in time had 90% of those in ECOMOG being Nigerian soldiers, and we were able to keep territorial waters and keep other nations safe. When Liberia had a problem, I can go on and on. When Sierra Leone had a problem, we went there to fight. The truth of the matter is that Nigeria needs to come back to a point where they will say, look, Nigeria is the glue of Africa. And it lies on every Nigerian to market Nigeria well. Those who are abroad, those who are at home, and of course our leaders. And Tinubu, who is the chief marketer of Nigeria, begin to see that, look, it is time to now put your personal sentiment and personal interest aside. Let it be about the nation. Leave all the beside is about the nation. The integrity and the future of this nation depends on the decisions that our CNC makes on the day. See what Donald Trump has said by going on social media to say what he said. He said, in quote, and I quote him, a now disgraced government. Who gave the right to say that? Right? It is totally uncalled for. You see, why is this happening? Because we are receiving aid from the United States. It's like a father. If a father, they call him daddy, and I wonder why they call him daddy or daddy. But you see, let's just move ahead.
Who calls him daddy?
Oh, some of these people in the United States, they call him daddy, The question is that, look, let's be honest. If in a family, a father is feeding the son, paying the son's school fees, giving him pocket money, even after he has passed 18, 19, 20, that child doesn't have a word of his own. Even after you hit 18 years, you're an adult, right? Go and get a job. Become responsible. I believe that Nigeria can not only be a responsible government, but also teach other governments how to become responsible. We are just choosing not to do that.
Very quickly, let's go ahead and see what we have on the front page of the Guardian this morning. I mean, it's still the story is still all around President Trump. The big story on the front page of the Guardian paper this morning. Of course, we see the OPay ad on the front page of the Guardian. We saw it also on the front page of the Punch paper, so lots of money spent in advertising there. Page 6 of the paper says Trump's warning unsettles Nigeria, raises concerns over religion and sovereignty. I think we've talked about that. Page 27 of the paper is how DSS aborted Utomi's aberrative shadow cabinet through legal process. On page 2 of the paper, page 7 rather of the paper this morning, NRC train derails 189th time. 3 delays after resumption. 3 delays after 3 days after resumption. And on page 6 of the paper this morning, resident doctors, federal government clash over 48 billion naira arrears as strike paralyzes hospitals nationwide. And on page 30 of the paper this morning, NUJ decries surge in attacks, impunity against journalists. Now, that's the Nigerian Union of Journalists. They decry surge in attacks and impunity against journalists. Justice for journalists, really.
Yeah.
Justice for journalists. We are journalists, so this one really affects us. I mean, people can't be going to, I can't be on the street looking for stories or trying to cover these stories and then being attacked or my safety is not covered, because we know as journalists are not one of the most well-paid people. So you don't want, you're not one of the most,
getting your
getting
you out,
trying to get you out of a predicament, because if your funds are even low, I mean that means the family, how much do they even have?
You know what I think? I think as much as politicians sign bills to have, sign bills into law, whatever they want to call it, to have their security and run around with sirens, I think journalists will also have at least one attached police officer to every 3 journalists.
No, I agree, but that's the thing. There is no
have that luxury.
We don't have that luxury.
Yeah.
There's no provision for that. I mean, like I said, how do you get one mopol, or what do you say, one policeman with
Police
you?
officer.
How are they not going to pay the person? How much are you even getting paid in the first place? Then talk less of having them around. So, but really, the justice in general, I mean, money aside or whatnot, there needs to be more priority to journalists. There needs to be more attention to journalists and their safety. The society needs to pay more attention. Every day I'm out, I'm proud to say I'm a journalist, because the society needs to pay more attention to us and give us more attention and, accord us some sort of respect in society, because
full respect.
Full respect.
Because it's not
full respect, because we tell the stories, we cover the stories, so we should not now be the face of attacks, or prone to these attacks. The other story here says resident doctors and federal government clash over 48 billion naira arrears as strike paralyzes hospitals nationwide.
It was a spree on social media during the weekend because of these doctors, doctor strike. It was very funny that, we had people who these doctors actually risked their life, themselves, their health, their family time to save. It was really funny to have them come out to say, why are they even asking for so much money? Like, how did the money even amount to that? It was really a back and forth on social media. Then we now had doctors who actually came out, with video evidence that this is me 48 hours, on a surgery, and I'm here drinking Coke from a straw because I need to have strength to complete the surgery. And that person says, well, I've not slept for 72 hours. And then when I ask you to actually give me proper money, you say, I'm not God. I'm not supposed to behave like God. I think sometimes it's not just the government. I know the government have a huge role to play in all of this. I'm ambassador of the government, don't give these people what they are due. But it's individuals. It's really sad that, we can have that kind of mindset towards people who are actually there to save your life. You have the mindset that they don't have to spend money. They don't need money. You have to save lives.
Really?
So just save lives. You don't need money to do all of that. So I'm still of the opinion that they should shut down the hospitals. Shut it down, because you cannot be owing me so much. I'll risk my life to do certain things. Some doctors even die from exhaustion.
I have one that died.
Is it one? We have several. I don't want to sound somehow. There are still people that will die from exhaustion because all the things that are supposed to be in place are not in place. Not at all. It's just being very realistic. So I feel like this move is actually the best move. Is it sad? Yes, it's sad. People will die, definitely. But how long will they keep saying, oh, we can't leave people? And then they're actually wallowing. Doctors are I don't want to broke shame anybody. So they are the most broke people that I've ever seen in my life.
I will win this. It is totally uncalled for For anyone to be very insensitive to what doctors are going through.
Yeah.
For anyone to now say, oh, they should meet them halfway. Look, to save life, you must be alive.
Yeah.
And no greater joy for anyone who is at the brink of dying and now is resuscitated by a doctor. No greater joy is more than that.
Yeah.
And to cap it all, let's be honest, truth be told, if words go around that doctor's life coming secondary, trust me, he or she was talking about that. He or she was having his life come secondary because he need them.
Yeah, we have to go now. It's 8:55. We have Business Week at 9 a.m. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day. Let's just take a look at the cartoon of the day so our viewers can also see what we have on the cartoon of the day. I know it's something about smoke and fire. It says, hey guys, so we see something like a is that what do we call this thing normally? Firewood.
Firewood. Yeah.
So we see raids, investigations, arrests, all of that. Denials, resentfulness or something? Reshuffling. Okay, yes. So we see firewood burning of these things, and then we see the fire
smoke.
The fireman says, and then one of them says, "Hey guys, aim at the smoke, not the fire." So
and we have cool. With the smoke.
Oh yeah, and the smoke is cool.
Yeah.
So we are instead they're aiming at the cool instead of actually what they should actually
aiming at the real problem.
I mean, pictures tell 1,000 stories, but there you have it for
something
the viewers will have to see and decode and encode and recode whatever it is. But yeah, we have to leave it here for now. We have Business Week at the top of the hour, 9 a.m. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility Our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Morning viewers, and welcome to Business Day Television. This is Business Week, our very first edition for the month of November. As usual, joining me in the studio are my colleagues, Dr. Deyashun, who is Chief Economist of Business Day, and of course, Lolade, the editor of Business Day. We have quite a great lineup of matters that we will be discussing this morning. And I hope that you will join us and stay with us for the course of today's program. Before we get into the meat of it, first the headlines, which is a roundup of key things happening around the world. Nigeria's foreign reserves are up by more than $500 million over a 2-week period, and the foreign exchange level has now risen to $43.17 billion. Boa Foods has become the most valuable stock on the Nigerian Stock Exchange with a valuation of 12.5 trillion naira. Wale Edu, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, has asked banks to expand credit to small and medium enterprises, as well as to deepen the Nigerian capital market. On the foreign scene, OPEC and its partners are slowing down increase in output, fearing a glut in the global oil market. And from the United States, we hear that Trump has asked its military to begin to prepare action against Islamic militants who are alleged to be massacring Christians in northern Nigeria. Now, let's get on with it. In the course of last week, there was a report, Lolade, that suggested that the graveyard for Nigeria tech startups has expanded. What's going on? This, if you like, was like the light in a rather dark spell, but suddenly it looks like whether mismanagement or overreach is now become the affliction of this once prospering sector.
Yeah, thank you for that question, sir. So yes, the fintechs in Nigeria have been really in the limelight in the last couple of years, whether it's for their activities, their fundraising activities, or just the innovation that they bring to their services. But something is taking an ugly turn recently. In the last 3 years, you've had nearly a dozen of fintech companies, just closing up. And if you look at it case by case, I mean, the reasons vary, but the common thread really is that it's, for them, some of them have placed unrealistic valuations on their businesses, they've raised significant funds, and then in the end, their business models just unravel. So for the most recent one, Lydia is a company that provides quick credit, instant credit to Nigerians, Nigerian households and businesses, without any collateral. Now, it was always clear that that business model was really dicey. I mean, that's why you find that the banks don't, venture into that area of lending without unsecured lending, really. So, I mean, they raised $8.3 million in the space of 3 years, but they were struggling. You could tell the signs were there. So it didn't come as a surprise when in October, just last month, they announced that they were closing down. But so it's a mix of, if you ask what's the reason now, it's a mix of, not the best business model, because there were gaps there. And then, of course, financial mismanagement. The company did say that it was struggling to maintain operations after a while, but it didn't add up because they were taking up a lot of costs that didn't align with the revenue that they were making at the time. So it was a no-brainer that they were going to collapse in no time. So, and it's really a sad indictment on some of the fintech companies you're seeing, because the same thing happened with Okra as well. Another fintech company that closed down in February 2025. They were into open banking as well as other services that came up, but they struggled as well because for them it was more anyway of the wild naira fluctuations that we're seeing that just made their business valuations unrealistic. So it's a mixed bag of fortunes for a lot of the fintech companies, but really it's now casting this very uncomfortable spotlight on the sector that really used to be a very vibrant sector, known for raising funds. And now investors are taking another look at some of these companies and just asking really tough questions this time, so that they don't end up backing a company that can't survive 5 years. So it's really something to look out for. But the way it's unfolding, I guess the lesson to be learned is that before you even start to raise funds as a fintech company, you need to be sure that you have a business model that is very sustainable. You need to understand that you're operating in Nigeria where there are risks anyway. Some of the risks that have led to the downfall of these companies are not new. So it's just proper planning and to ensure that you really don't bite more than you can chew. I think I'll stop there for now.
Well, I mean, Dr. Dioshu, Lolade has talked about the lack of balance between the capital they are raising and their true valuation. They're probably running ahead of their time. But is there also a question about the competence of the people who lead these businesses? Many of the leaders of the tech startups in Nigeria are not tested. They haven't done anything meaningful in the past, and suddenly they have a huge pool of cash that they are raising. So is it in your view that there were always red lights flashing all around?
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to first of all let's go back to the .com era. Even in the United States of America, here I would like to throw parallels, analogy, and metaphors. So I'd like to say very quickly that in startups generally, doesn't even matter whether it's fintech or any regular startups, the degree of survival or failure is always inherent. So let's say for every 10 startups, if 5 survive,
that's even too high.
I'm just trying to be optimistic. Then if 1 or 2 really succeed, all right. So I think what is happening in the Nigerian tech space is more or less, the big boys are being separated from the impact. These are things that crystallizes normally and naturally. Again, moving forward, it's also important to note that like Lolade alluded to, there are 2 key things here: the fundamentals and also sustainability. When you talk about the fundamentals, we are even looking at the nature of the product. We are looking at the nature of the business model. The third point which you have got in, sir,
competence,
the quality
of the leaders,
both in terms of the leadership and then the subject matter expertise. Then you also mentioned something that some of these people been tried and tested. You might have done a 10,000 project. The reality is different when you are doing a 10 million project, and then when you are doing a 1 billion project. The context matters, but you also see, and I'm saying this respectfully, that you see some element of youthful exuberance. So because we are young, and I don't mean any offense to young people, but you now eat a huge amount of money so quickly, and if you don't have, for example, a board of directors that you submit
that can establish clear oversight.
Clear oversight, you begin to buy cars, rent a yacht, go to Babylon, just too quickly.
Interestingly, some of the founders of these companies that have ended up folding up are living other lives now, but they're very lavish lifestyles they're living. Some of them,
relocated.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, I wanted to ask, the problems that these fintech companies or fintech startups are having, are they peculiarly Nigerian, or as Dr. Adeosun says, there is always that element of failure in a startup?
No, I don't think they are peculiar to Nigeria. I mean, we've seen some similar trends in other African countries, but I think it's been more pronounced in Nigeria because you can't deny the fact that it's more difficult to do business in Nigeria compared to the other maybe tech hubs that you have in Africa, like Kenya, Rwanda, Ghana. So the likeliness or the likelihood of failure in those countries is less compared to Nigeria. That's the truth. So however way you look at it, Nigeria still finds a way to happen to some of these tech startups in a negative way because, I mean, we're still struggling with basic infrastructure, that just drives up the cost of doing business for some of these fintechs and just makes it even easier for them to fail than succeed. So yes, it's not,
the likelihood of success
is also,
of course, because of the market, yes.
It's a risk.
True. But the beauty of it is for most of the other tech companies that are in all these other smaller African countries, for them, sometimes their market, 50% of their market is still Nigeria. Especially with the AFCFTA now, it means that cross-border transactions are a lot easier and faster. So some of them still just go and set up shop there because they want to be sure that they can keep their business costs lower. And then most of the services or products is still targeted at the Nigerian market. Because like you rightly said, you can't discount the fact that we have such a huge population and it's, that's a huge allure on its own. But there are some inherent risks with doing business in Nigeria that sometimes proves too much for these startups to shoulder.
Interesting. Now, is it time for regulators to begin to tighten the noose? Because in the end, these failures will become a blemish on the attractiveness of Nigeria as an investment destination. So, or are we too early? We should just allow natural forces to take care of what's going on. Or should the regulators now rise up and begin to take a closer look at what's happening?
So let me jump in here. I've had the privilege in the past to have done some work with regulators like NITDA, especially because we are talking about fintech here. And I must confirm and confess that I've seen in the last 3-4 years, NITDA specifically, for example, trying to ramp up regulatory knowledge. And one or two forums, for example, it was clearly said that regulators actually play catch up when it comes to innovation. And fintech is a very innovative space
and very fast moving,
and experimental. I know the way regulators are, because it's typically embedded in government and bureaucracy, and so the degree of agility is. So the first thing I like to say is that even the regulator needs to do more in terms of knowledge, in terms of manpower, the quality, and the dexterity. They may need to try and appeal and attract some of these fintech players to join them. You can't regulate what you don't know.
Exactly.
Because we want to ensure that regulation is protective and not punitive. Having said that, I think the available laws, we can do better in terms of protection of investor funds. We can also do better in terms of, you mentioned Kenya, you mentioned Rwanda, you will see that generally speaking, cases maybe in courts are slightly faster and so on and so forth. These are some of the things that boost in investor confidence. Again, it may look somehow, but today we don't have ambassadors anywhere. I'm also still speaking to governors. And some of the things ambassadors do is that they try and woo additional foreign investment. Yes, some will collapse and follow. But what are we doing to even woo more? So that the ones that will succeed over time will be higher than the ones that collapse. Then when these funds come out, what are the banks doing, so to speak, to provide financial advisory services? All right. So the government should also have, like, let's say, a desk that can support. When you see a huge inflow somewhere, we are not saying just don't go there and tax. Say, what are you doing? What's your plan?
And how can we help you?
How can we help you? I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think to just piggyback from what you said about the need for regulation to always be moving in line with innovation, I think it's important. You can't really regulate what you don't understand. And, the fintech space is really guided by fast innovation at all times. So you find the regulators always playing catch up. But the thing is, look, how does Kenya, Rwanda, and the other countries we mentioned earlier, how do they go about this? Widespread collaboration and consultation. They work hand in hand with the leading players in the space. So they are always abreast of what's the new innovation and what's happening. And then they get this, that helps them in terms of just ensuring that, you don't have any company that's going out of course or anything like that. Just ensuring that you understand the innovation that is being put forward and you're already developing the regulations, because you can't have a situation where regulation is always reactive and not proactive. It doesn't give confidence to investors as well to even come and invest in a country like that. So I think there's a lot of work for the to be done from the regulatory angle, but I'll just leave it at that.
I think the final point that I'd like to make, or a question I'd like to pose, will be how concerning should this be for the authorities in Nigeria, and what, in your view, should they begin to do?
So let me quickly jump in. First and foremost, it's concerning for everyone, because very easily you can see job losses.
Precisely.
Which is it's happening. You can also see
and then investment or wealth destroyed as well.
Destruction of investment and also investor
confidence.
Hopefully, what some of these investors also invest maybe in 10 tickets and hope and aim that maybe like 4 to 5
will make it.
And then also cover up for the losses. So it's very important. And we're also looking at the innovation potential. Don't forget that, like we have alluded to in our conversation so far, that these startup companies are the frontiers of experimentation, innovation, and also when they succeed, the ability to pivot and scale up is also there. So the government needs to sit up. We want to ensure, for example, to provide electricity power, either collaboratively with the private sector is very key. We also need to improve, for example, on our internet provision. It's still epileptic, so to speak, and don't let us be deceived that we are in Lagos. It's not everywhere in Nigeria that you have this level of internet penetration, access, and availability. So we also need to look at contract enforcement. So what's the dispute resolution? How, if I need to pull out my funds, and so on and so forth. And the last one, let me go at this here. And this is not just government, all of us, we should focus more on training. So, for example, if you are a startup and you are not reading BusinessDay, you must be playing. Because there are many things you don't know that you should know. And if you know, your company will most likely not liquidate. So, knowledge is key. Training, access to newspaper
and application of that knowledge as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, for me, I think it was 2 years ago now that I had this interview with Miss Andrew Ali, who used to be the MDC of AFC, but now with British Investment International, and we're talking about how he goes about spotting the right businesses to invest in. And he says he rather invests in people, the people behind the businesses, than just the business itself. Exactly. You can get carried away by the fact that, this is a brilliant business idea, this is fantastic, let's go ahead. But if you don't have the right people who are going to be executing that idea, then you might have a big problem. So he says he is more interested in the people behind the ideas first. He goes and does his due diligence on the people. And it has really helped. Yes, so I think from a funding perspective, I think investors need to really pay attention to that to ensure that they don't just invest in any type of business that then ends up giving a bad name to the entire space, because there's still some very brilliant fintech companies that are doing great things. Look at PiggyVest, for instance, Odunayo, Ewini. We did an article in the paper today just looking at how she's investing across 3 broad spectrums that's really helping Nigerians, and then really giving an extra boost to the economy. So she's doing well. There's some fintech companies like that. So I think I'll just stop there and say that the investors should really look beyond just the business idea to ask questions about the people, behind that idea.
Great. So what should we expect from this sector? The pace of investment into the sector, not only in Nigeria, but in many other markets in Africa, has slowed down. Cases like this of investment failures will further create discouragement. So what should we be watching out for? What should we expect from the sector?
I think for Nigeria, the fact that it's still a large market means that even though you have this negative vibe right now with these failures going on, you will still see there's still a lot of room for innovation in Nigeria, particularly. So you will still see that
size of the market is
yes,
key.
of course, would always be key. So it's just important that investors are more careful in the businesses they invest in. But whether that pipeline of startups, fintech companies, will continue to just push through, because there are a lot of opportunities for because of the size of the market.
How about you, Dr. Dev?
So
what should we be watching out for?
I would say investors, some categories of investors will have patient time. So they want quick returns. And sometimes when you want quick returns like that, you look for ticket items that sometimes they do. So I think we should step up our game with respect to capacity and also due diligence, fundamentals, and then sustainability. Of course, risk is involved, but again, do you take insurance against some of these investments? And don't also forget that investors are looking for turnaround, and that's one of the reasons why we come to emerging markets like Nigeria, because this is where in coach you can get unimaginable amount of profit. But again, no risk, no gain. So,
precisely.
But there must be a reasonable threshold. How do you balance your investment portfolio? Don't run away from Nigeria. Diversify your investment portfolio. And I think this will follow.
Thank you very much. I hear a need for due diligence. I hear the fact that this is a large economy and a large tech ecosystem that will continue to nurture and sustain startups in fintech. I hear Dr. Adeosun say he is not averse to youth leadership in the sector, but there is a need for some level of maturity, especially when you begin to hear the kind of sums of investment that these startups are attracting. Well, we will leave it there. I'm sure we'll return to this in the weeks ahead. At this point, we will take a break and we will be back. Be sure you don't go away.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges.
because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Is Business Week on Business Day television. Before we went on break, we were examining the long list of failures in the fintech sector, and just looking at what is particularly Nigerian and what is a global phenomenon. We will now go on to talk about the 15% import tariff that the government has decided to levy on imported petrol and imported diesel. Tariff everywhere is regarded as a tax, but tax is a tool for government to re-engineer the economy. In this particular case, the sense is that the 15% tariff is aimed at protecting domestic refining to ensure that Nigeria's pace towards industrialization does not suffer a shipwreck. Dr. Adeyashun, how do you see this introduction of 15% tariff on imported petroleum products?
Thank you so much. Nigeria was a ministry, I would have said this is our year of taxation. That will have been our mantra and slogan for this year. Again, if you look at it at the surface, very plainly, on one hand, it looks like a very good idea, because the crux of the matter is that we are trying to protect local refineries and the modular refineries. Okay,
which are also local.
Which are also local. So this 15% increment introductory tax, let's put it that way, will roughly ensure that when you import products to Nigeria that is oil related, you are going to add about 99 to 100 naira to the landing cost. So this is a direct burden to the final consumer if the products they are buying is imported. However, the consumers don't get to choose how products are sourced, whether locally or via import. Okay, but if the local production capacity is adequate to meet our local needs, and by adequate, I don't mean what they're able to produce, because you may produce a certain quantity. What you now sell to the local market, that's another conversation entirely. So are we not looking at a situation where we will have a fuel of price per liter consistently over 1,000 naira? So these are some of the issues. How would this impact on the common man, the person who needs fuel to power their machine, to grind pepper, okay, to power their generators for their small businesses? So it's looking increasingly like this is additional cost. But on the flip side, it's also looking like the government is trying to ensure we drive self-sufficiency in terms of local energy production, which I think is good. I wish we are able to get more refineries on stream. Again, don't forget that many licenses were issued. How come only Dangote is the notable one and a few modular refineries? Because I don't want us to create a monopoly. It will be good if this thing is working from a competitive market perspective, not from a monopolistic or oligopolistic perspective. Again, we don't want to be reliant on the goodwill of Aliko. What if he changes his mind or something? So the government should proceed cautiously.
But let me ask, I've heard people talk about monopoly. I've heard people talk about competition. What I don't understand is it a competition between manufacturers locally, or is it competition between local manufacturing and importation? People talk about monopoly. What kind of monopoly are we talking about? We have regulators, as you said. Licenses have been issued. If the government was not to be issuing licenses, you can say that they are engendering monopolistic tendencies. But if they are issuing licenses, isn't the case that in competition it is the best that survives? In a capitalistic market, it is the best that survives, and the best can also mean who has access to capital. The best can mean who has the courage when he has that capital to launch and dare. Don't forget that there have been allegations in the past of importers of petroleum products bringing in sub-spec products into the market. How do you deal with all of this if all we are saying is that government should just sit down and hold its hand and just allow unhindered importation to go on, squeezing our foreign exchange position? So I am I'm just confused. What I hear doesn't seem to match up for me. I hear people who talk about monopoly, and I'm wondering what in their view is monopoly. I hear people talk about competition. I'm wondering what is competition. Isn't there a time for Nigeria now to put an end to importation of petroleum products, especially given that the Dangote refinery has since announced that its output far exceeds domestic consumption?
So thank you so much for those questions and also widening the conversation. First and foremost, my perspective here is from the market's reality. Mm-hmm. I'm speaking from the perspective of the people. What do I mean?
Who are the people? The
everyday
citizens? The rackets involved in importation of petrol, or those who consume petrol?
We the consumers, because your perspective and position matters, so that your thoughts can be contextualized. Mm-hmm. Now, if we are producing locally,
yep. Is it if?
No, I'm going somewhere.
Yeah.
These are hypotheses now. Mm-hmm. If you are producing locally, yep, and you can produce relatively cheaply, why should anybody import?
When you say relatively cheaply, how can you do that? Dangote refinery buys its crude from the international market. So when you say relatively cheaply, what do you mean?
So if you buy from the international market, but you eliminate logistic cost or part of it, because the international market is from Nigeria, it's Nigerian that you are buying from. There will be.
What about the conversation around cheap, low quality fuel being imported into Nigeria?
So
is Would that
these are
create
the functions.
would that create a fair, equitable competition?
Now, you mentioned the word low quality. Should low quality be allowed? That's the job of the regulator. There are minimum quality or thresholds. So it is either the fuel is qualitative enough for the Nigerian market by Nigerian standard or not. So you can have grade A, grade B, grade C, and the owners of vehicles or equipment can buy whichever grade they opt to. But what I'm trying to infer is that at the end of the day, it is not just by imposing a tax to now discourage importation. If you have comparative advantage
when
in
you
production,
when you impose a tax, you seek to influence behaviors,
True. But I'm saying that should not be the only tool. What do I mean? You gave maybe 40 licenses. Only 3 are operational. What have you done?
What do you think government should do?
There are things you can do.
Like,
for example, you can withdraw the license.
Does it matter whether they withdraw them or not?
It matters. You can
what
open up a fresh round of licenses.
No, but they have more licenses to issue. Did they tell you that they've exhausted all the licenses?
So you need to provide.
Unless you're suggesting that government should go and provide capital to people to set up refineries.
No.
Okay, so
but
what
you
the
can
government
create a positive investment.
like
you can use moral suasion. There are other wealthy Nigerians or corporations that you can say, oh, come and set this up. For example, recently on this platform, we talked about Tolu Ogunlesi. So we should continue to move investors to come.
Yeah, Tolu.
We are happy Dangote is doing well.
But Ogunlesi,
10 Dangotes will pay us more than one Dangote. Or do you just think survival of the fittest, if it is only one fit person, what happens when that fit person becomes injured?
No, that's I'm not saying this, but I think Nigerians have to be patient. You have one refinery, and we know how many years it took that one refinery to stand. We hear BOA, another big investor, proposing to build a very large refinery as well. These things take time. Nigerians are not patient. The market was only deregulated in 2 years, only 2 years ago. So the licenses that you are speaking of were licenses issued when the market was still not deregulated, when the market was being manipulated by the government. And since after that deregulation, we expect that the positive impact of the deregulation will ripple through the system over time. But let me ask you, the fact that imported petrol will attract 15% tariff, does that necessarily mean increase in petrol price? And will that remove the option that Nigerians have to buy from stations that are selling domestically refined petrol that will be cheaper than imported petrol?
So, when pricing, there are different factors that come into pricing. So things like your efficiency, your supply chain management, and so on and so forth. Already with that 15% tax, it is crystal clear that you have 99 naira 72 kobo addition to the landing cost. This best case scenario. Of course, if you have other inefficiencies, the landing cost
does that necessarily mean that the petrol from Dangote, the price will go up by 99?
We can't say. It is their choice.
Should it?
Dangote increases or reduces price.
No, because
based on their own internal factors and
if Dangote petrol price goes there, then the objective that the government seeks, which is to create a barrier against importation of low quality petrol, will be defeated.
Well, government can take position, but individuals or other organizations in the oil and gas sector will find a way to survive. Don't forget that
so far Dangote hasn't said that it is increasing the price of his petrol, has it?
For now, it has not.
But you expect that it will?
But what if other people who bring petrol in, for example, are no longer able to bring it? Or they bring it at a higher cost? Don't forget that businesses are there to make profit. So we cannot predetermine the reaction of Dangote or any other player in this field.
I guess you. But in the end, Nigeria would have to make its choices. As you make your bed, so you lie on it.
Absolutely.
Over the years, in fact, fact, over decades, we relied totally on imported petrol. Now we have one of the largest petrol refinery in Nigeria working. When it came on stream, we all celebrated and said, this is a game changer. Now the game is about to begin, and some people are suggesting, no, let's go back to the old rules. It can't be. If it's a game changer, I believe that government has a duty to ensure that the rules of the game change.
But when you
And
say
that-
a
that-
15% tax is an old rule, this is a new rule.
No, but no, it's a new rule. That's the point. That's the point that I'm making. That's is the point that I'm making. It's the business of government to ensure that as the game unfolds, that it ensures that the overall interest of Nigeria is maintained. I have been a journalist in Nigeria for a very long time, and I know that the petrol import syndicate is a very strong one. The noises that I'm hearing is largely from this syndicate. If you put in this tariff, Nigeria is going to, the hell will be let loose. I would say let it be let loose. Let us see what will happen. If we have a refinery that is a game changer, for goodness sake, let it indeed change again. Anyway, we will take a break at this point, and when we come back, we will look at the economic implications of the threats by the US administration to launch strikes against militants in Nigeria that it accuses of senselessly killing Christians in the northern part of the country. Please don't go away. We'll be back shortly.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome. This is still Business Week on BusinessDay television. Turn our attention to looking at the economic implications of the threats by the US President Donald Trump to launch military strikes against militants in Nigeria who have been alleged to be senselessly murdering Christians in the northern part of the country. Well, the threat is real. It's not only that the threat is real, Trump is not guided by rules. We have seen strikes in off the coast in Venezuela and Colombia, purportedly aimed at drug pushers. We know that there isn't any evidence that that is the case. So no one expects Trump to be nice when he says he wants to do anything. So what should Nigeria be doing, and what are the implications for the economy of Nigeria?
Okay, regarding the implications, I think this is really bad news for foreign investment because, foreign investors are careful not to be seen to, support countries that are falling on the bad side of Donald Trump, right? So, and that's really precarious for a country like Nigeria, given that we've seen a raft of reforms that are supposed to really start to attract foreign investment. Yes, exactly. So, but this is just a real tough blow. It could significantly impact interest in Nigeria from foreign investors. We're waiting to see what happens this morning to see how the stock market will react from that. There are a lot of predictions that might be the first place to really see the impact of this. But generally speaking, it's not so good. It's really because if you look at the antecedents now, the countries that Trump has gone on to invade on grounds like this, it's had devastating impact on their economies, whether it's in terms of attracting capital or even just continuing the pace of investment by even the local investors. And that definitely takes a hit on economic growth. So it's not really good. It has very bad implications for the economy, but I think that hopefully it doesn't fully materialize because maybe some people have said this might be a failure of Nigeria's diplomatic efforts. Really, it came to our leaders as a surprise. Some people say it shouldn't have been a surprise, really. It just shows that we've not really been so good in terms of managing the situation with the US. And really, maybe we will start to see some action now and then. Hopefully that just helps to ensure that the real impact of this doesn't come to full bear in Nigeria.
Some people have suggested, for instance, that the absence of
ambassadors,
Nigerian ambassadors around the country is a big gap.
Yeah.
At a time like this, but to you, Dr. Deoshu, Has the government handled this well? Olade has alluded to the possibility that we're not even vigilant, and that this may have come as a surprise to some people. But it shouldn't have, because for months we've been hearing this, and we never heard anything that suggested that the government was engaging.
Absolutely, that's the key word. Evidence of Nigerian government engaging. Let me say that just recently, last 1-2 weeks, we saw a change of guards with respect to the hierarchy in the military, and we just were told that is to maybe double efforts with respect to quenching militancy, banditry, insurrection across, even though there are parallel rumors, but that's another story for another day. Why is this concerning? In the last 2 years, through some of the economic reforms, we've made some, let me use the word, delicate or fragile gains that are yet to really
fully manifest,
and especially because there's a lag between economic traction and people feeling it, citizens feeling it in their pockets. This utterance by the President of the United States is not coming at the right time. We need to consolidate, we need to deepen, and we need to succeed. Don't forget that investors respond to sentiments. One of the greatest sentiments around the world, whether we like it or not, whether we think it's fair or not, is the voice of the President of the United States as of today. And things like travel advisory will now begin to be issued. We are now in quotes alleged country of concern or of interest, and we just last week on this platform, this very platform here, we are celebrating that we left a grey list.
And we have entered perhaps the worst
another kind of list now. So we take 5 steps forward, 10 steps backward, and it's surprising that we didn't see this coming. We've been hearing things from the Congress or congressmen. We should have engaged. We should diplomacy.
And in my view, I don't know how you engage when you don't have ambassadors. So perhaps this is the time now to state very categorically that on that front, this government misfired.
3 years.
And it has done great disservice to the interest of Nigeria. The other point is, we've been hearing these rumors, we've been hearing talks and noises coming out of the US Congress. And as I said, there wasn't a single indication we got that the government was engaging. It wasn't engaging internationally, it wasn't engaging locally. I would have thought that at this point, the least you would have expected is that maybe 3 months ago, a delegation of high-level, credible Nigerians mandated by the president would have gone out to the United States, just firstly to meet leaders of the Christian groups in America who are championing some of these policies against Nigeria, and to just present a better picture. In truth, the argument that I've heard is that it's not only Christians that are being killed, that Muslims are being killed as well. Now, what I heard this morning was that the fact that Muslims are being killed does not deny the fact that Christians are being killed. Trump is only interested in the Christians. Nigeria's government should be interested in the Christians and be interested in Muslims as well. But perhaps more importantly, what I'm hearing is that this government is going to 3 years, and so far, the attempts made to deal decisively with militancy in the northern part of Nigeria has been very, very weak. And of course, the results have been below par. What do you think?
So again, I think Nigerians, the media, we've been shouting, we've been crying, a few people right here and there. And let me say this respectfully, that sometimes because some of us stay in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, we may seem alienated from some of these crises. While I agree that there are some elements of exaggerations, but the reality is stark. Go to Plateau, go to Benue, go to Taraba.
Where you have a reverend father as governor.
Kwara. So and like you said, we are not seeing strategic police action, strategic
But just
military action.
Military chiefs go and come, but
same of same.
you know, nothing to show that anything's changing.
I wish this cry is from Nigeria by Nigerians.
Yeah.
I wish it was the House of Assembly, National Assembly in Nigeria saying, oh, government, come and a state of the nation. Sir, we had my final point for now, we had a state of emergency
in River State.
But we've not had in Benue, we've not had in Plateau, we've not had in Kwara. So is political interest more significant than humanity, than life? The truth is, anybody can say maybe Muslims are being killed as equally as Christians. I don't care. One thing is established: people are dying,
and government is not doing enough.
Yeah.
I'm afraid we are out of time, and we must bring our conversations today to an end. Lorade, I'm sorry, but keep your fire for next Monday. That's it. This edition of Business Week. We'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, the 10th of November. Bye.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Our big story today takes us into the heart of international relations and how global perceptions can shape a nation's image. Recently, President Trump's administration placed Nigeria on a list of countries of particular concern, a designation usually reserved for nations accused of serious violations of religious freedom. It's a move that has sparked questions about Nigeria's global standing and whether this situation could have been avoided with stronger diplomatic engagement. After all, Nigeria has yet to appoint ambassadors in several key countries, including the United States of America. So the question this morning is, could the absence of an ambassador in Washington have allowed this narrative to go unchallenged? Well, to help us unpack this and so much more, we have joining us this morning Mr. Collins Nweke, Public Affairs Analyst and Global Affairs Commentator. Welcome to the show, Collins.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Nice to be with you again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Starting with some context, really, what does it really mean for a country to be designated as a country of particular concern? What are the diplomatic and political consequences of such a classification?
Well, yes, indeed, it is important to start with the context. Now, you've provided, a bit of intro to that. Nigeria was designated country of particular concern, CPC, in the first place in 2020 by who? Donald Trump during his first coming as president. In 2023, it was removed by President Biden, who actually was of the view that Nigeria does not merit to be on that list, that there isn't enough justification for that. And now, back on the spotlight amid polarized narratives about genocide against Christians, again by Donald Trump during this his second coming. The Nigerian government has obviously rejected the framing, noting complex multi-actor violence that also affect Muslims as the root cause of this situation that Nigeria is facing. Now, in terms of implications, the CPC label opens the door to the U.S. For penalties, from targeted sanctions and export license restrictions to conditions or cutting some non-humanitarian aid, unless, of course, Nigeria, gets a waiver. That is, if Nigeria applies for a waiver and the U.S. removes it from the list, like Biden did. So, just to be clear, this designation doesn't automatically trigger sanctions, but of course it raises, risks for defense, security cooperation, and trade optics, and can chill investor sentiment. And I believe this is, the area where, outlets like BusinessDay, why this is of concern to you. So indeed, the FDI, foreign direct investment, could actually be impacted by this because risk analysts look at how countries are designated, in the sort of risk advice that they provide to their clients, and so this indeed could affect Nigeria even when there are no sanctions from the United States of America actually coming in. So in the course of the program, I believe I will have the opportunity to look at the diplomatic aspect of this whole saga.
Absolutely. And when we talk about these allegations of genocide or persecution of Christians grounded in itself, would you say it's grounded in some fact, or are you seeing some political undertones here?
There appear to be, very strong political undertone here. Elizabeth, you would have noticed that the current president of the United States, Donald Trump, is a highly transactional individual. Even himself has admitted it. So what we're looking at here is transactional diplomacy. In a sense, what that means is, he has a way of actually twisting the arms of, partner countries. Sometimes he likes to have one or two things on them, and then he flashes it in front of them and say, listen, I've got this on you, and, I'm pushing you to the wall. You rather cooperate, and if you don't cooperate, we are going to, institute so and so, tariff or others. Let me just, drive it home with a specific example. Recently, there was a move by the United States to, get Nigeria to accept, African migrants that have been deported from the United States of America. The Nigerian government was very resolute about the fact that Nigeria is never going to sign up for such rubbish. And so the United States carried their message or their plea, so to speak, to Ghana. Ghana immediately, accepted, and today they have either removed or reduced the high tariff that was placed on Ghana. That is the extent of, the transactional posture of the President of the United States. And again, let's not forget that there was this attempt to position American base in Nigeria. Again, Nigeria refused totally to accept such, such a plea, such a move. Now, United States continue to have problems with Nigeria under that. But let's not make any mistake about this. Nigeria and the United States enjoy cordial diplomatic relations. But of course, now and again, you will experience some upheaval like the one that we are dealing with now. So all of this put together, there are reasons to believe that the United States under Trump is actually using this, genocide, Christian genocide narrative to get to Nigeria and force Nigeria into accepting, some agreements that, they may not ordinarily be willing to sign up to. But are there evidence of, what America is alleging? Of course, there are killings, unfortunately, in Nigeria, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria. But to say that, these killings affect only Christians is a complete, lie. Because both Christians and Muslims, are dying in droves. And I believe that the crime that you could say that the Nigerian government has committed is that they haven't quite, stepped into these killings in a manner that is expected of a country, or a leadership whose goal is to protect life and property in the first instance. So Nigeria can't quite show sufficient proof that they have protected them, that they have protected Nigerians. But it is not only Christians that they haven't protected. They haven't protected them, Muslims as well. So it goes across board. And on the political side, the domestic politics of the United States, such issues, they are very, very popular in the United States, especially the, political base of Donald Trump. So somehow he's also playing to the gallery of his, political supporters to say, you see, I care about Christianity, I care about what happens in other parts of the world. But other examples exist of America turning their eyes, particularly Donald Trump, to atrocities committed against Christians elsewhere in the world. So there is a high level of, double standard playing out here as well.
One thing I like that you mentioned is you did also highlight the fact that it's not just Christians who are also facing this attack. There are also Muslims who perhaps are facing this attack as well. Maybe not as well reported as we are reporting that of Christians. So it might not be completely like a religious situation. It could have some political undertones. It could certainly have maybe some tribal undertones in itself. But let's talk about the diplomatic side of things. There have been people who argue that this episode might have been prevented, with more active diplomacy. And I know that this is an area that you really focus on. Do you think that the absence of an ambassador in Washington has played a role in how this entire episode has unfolded?
Absolutely. That Nigeria doesn't have ambassadors in basically all, key diplomatic posts around the world, and that includes Washington, D.C., means that there are fewer defenders of Nigeria's case in the United States of America. Ambassadors lead to the facts and fixed narrative. They should have brokered, Capitol Hill meetings and shaped State Department waivers. Nigeria's vacuum amplified, others' microphone. Legislators will hear of what's his name, Ted Cruz, he has had a very, very loud microphone, all of these months, particularly in the weeks, leading up to this designation by the President of United States. But you also have to realize, Elizabeth, that there were and there are still other, neutral legislators, American congressmen and all of that, who are ready to listen to Nigeria's case, data-driven, data-proven, that will make the case for Nigeria. But due to the absence of, high representative of Nigeria in Washington, D.C., there has not been a coordinated response, to this. And so those legislators that are, amenable, positively disposed towards making Nigeria's case, they are left high and dry. And so they couldn't do very much. So now, could the presence of an ambassador in Washington stop the designation? Probably not. But could it have slowed down, the process, reduce the rhetorics and perhaps hasten a waiver? Absolutely. So it weakens, the absence weakens rapid rebuttal and relationship management in Washington at precisely the moment, narratives congeal. It, likely didn't cause the designation, but it removed Nigeria's best tool. And that best tool is sustained, Capitol Hill outreach, interagency diplomacy, and crisis communications to shape language, timing, or push for an early waiver. So that is where the lack of ambassador or high representation actually dealt a very bad blow to Nigeria in this instance.
Absolutely. And how would you score Nigeria's foreign policy in recent years? I think it has become a little bit reactive, but I mean, it's really up to you. Do you think it's become more reactive in recent years than being proactive?
I think it's a mix of the two, Elizabeth. There are indications that Nigeria has carried out proactive, foreign policy under the current Minister of Foreign Affairs, who, at the beginning of his, tenure as Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, actually churned out what they call the 5G renewed, foreign policy doctrine. That is proactive. And indeed, he highlighted 5 pillars of our foreign policy. Now, is it out of place, that things come up now and again that are outside the pillars, outside the foreign policy framework that you had put out? Absolutely. That, has been the case, and that is where perhaps the reactive approach comes in. But those reactive, approach, the reactions to things that crop up have not been very well communicated, have not been very well coordinated, because communication is important, networking is important, interfacing with counterparts are important. So it becomes then a sort of, contradiction that you start off, in a proactive manner, but the tools to drive that policy that you have churned out is conspicuously lacking, and that tool is the ambassador. So you begin to ask yourself, what really is the intention? Now, what I can imagine, what I can surmise is that there is probably a disconnect between the minister, who obviously knows what he wants. He's been a politician at the House of Representatives, I believe. He served also as ambassador 2 terms in one of the major capitals of the world in Germany. So he knows exactly what he is doing. But it appears that at the political end, at the executive end of this whole narrative, he's experiencing some stumbling block in executing some of these plans that he has put out. So ultimately, Elizabeth, the ball stops on the table of Mr. President, who perhaps is actually sitting on most of the good policies and the initiatives that the minister has put out, and the minister defers to the president and has to be the good boy that is expected to be. So I believe that's essentially what is happening out there.
Before I let you go, Mr. Nweke, what are some of the ripple effects that this particular label could have on, Nigeria's economy, our partnerships, our diplomatic relations, and really how could this development actually shape how other Western countries perceive or engage with Nigeria on issues like human rights and religious freedom itself?
Well, this doesn't, look good on Nigeria. Nigeria must treat this CPC moment as a policy audit and not a political insult. That's number one. The way forward, considering the question you pose about how others perceive Nigeria, and by the way, they don't perceive Nigeria in the right way. But I believe that friends of Nigeria will continue to be friends of Nigeria. Foes of Nigeria have now, got a new, tool with which to sharpen, their opposition against Nigeria, taking advantage of what is happening. So, you can talk of equilibrium, but Nigeria has got to manage this in a manner that is, more proactive. Communication-wise, they have failed up until this point, but they could still turn things around. The way forward is swift diplomatic re-engagement, visible protection of all communities in Nigeria, Christians and Muslims, and verifiable justice against perpetrators. Because people are committing these crimes, and when they go, scot-free, when there are no, evidence of the perpetrators, being brought to the books, it leaves the impression that nothing is happening. So if we staff our diplomacy, clean up our data, and deliver on reforms, Washington has the legal room to waive punitive measures. That is how we de-risk Nigeria while upholding the dignity and safety of every Nigerian. This is a job cut out exclusively for the Nigerian government. Of course, civil society organizations, diaspora groups, could key in, but Nigerian government has got to provide the necessary leadership for others to now join in the bandwagon of helping to sort this once and for all.
Mr. Nweke, public affairs analyst and global affairs commentator. Thank you for joining us all the way from Belgium this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for having me. Have a great day.
Great. This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is Social Listening, where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name remains the same. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine,
With a lot of
days.
days. One time, like they say. Well, we hear some people want to blame other people for the issues surrounding Donald Trump's.
Blame game.
I'm wondering, why do we pass around this blame game? Can we just stop blaming it on anything but the rain?
Oh my goodness.
I'll leave it at that.
Oh my goodness. You just had me weak at that joke. Let me get into the story.
Right, let's go.
The Muslim Rights Concern Society, which is MURIC, is blaming the Christian Association of Nigeria, which is CAN, for the United States decision to place Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list. The United States President Donald Trump made the move after news of Christian persecution in Nigeria, allegations that the Nigerian government has denied. MURIC's Executive Director, Professor Ishaq Akintola, says the report is misleading and unfair. He accused some Christian leaders of writing petitions to the United States Congress, portraying Nigeria as unsafe for Christians. Akintola said CAN betrayed President Tinubu, pointing out that 62% of government appointments under Tinubu went to Christians. He called the move the mother of all betrayal, saying that Tinubu does not deserve such treatment after favoring Christians in the administration. Now, this blame game, just like you said, blame, tilting towards the side where you think, oh, you want to stand or whatnot, what's going on. And then, of course, we know this is social listening, where we check out how Nigerians are reacting. We're checking out the social reaction to this conversation. So there are definitely loads and loads of reactions. Twitter, Instagram, we're seeing how young people are taking it. So let's check out some of these reactions on social media and see exactly what our Nigerians are saying, boys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, men, women, what they're saying about this story on social media. It's quite a number of things, certainly. Nate Salt says, Nigeria is the only country where terrorists will attack a community instead of uniting as one against insecurity. The victims will instead blame the other victims for standing up for themselves. That one is from Nathaniel. Mr. Arsenal says, if the leaders of MURIC came out to say this, then it's very disappointing. Despite all that was done for the Nigerian Christians, what was done? Share money? Was any killer convicted? Were the killers of our victims persecuted? What was done for Christians? Key questions right there. Let's take two more reactions and see, and then come to the conversation here in the studio. JU57 says, why has MURIC never issued a press release on the killing of Muslims or Christians? Does MURIC support the bloodletting? You speak up for Palestine, but not Nigerian. It's hypocritical. Has the government done well to secure our citizens? Go to court. JU is certainly not having it. Oba Cruz says, blaming CAN for this is completely missing the point. Whether CAN spoke or didn't speak. The sad truth is that there have been cases of targeted attacks against Christians in this country. Instead of defending image, we should be defending lives. MURIC should face the real problem. Insecurity is real and innocent people are dying. Those are some of the reactions that we've seen on social media about this conversation. I mean, it's tons and tons of conversation, blame game here and there. I certainly am not one for things that tilts towards religious division, right? Any sort of division,
right?
Whether along any line, whether religious, whether ethnically, whether gender, on gender lines, whether on color lines. I don't like division, and I'm certainly not. I have no comments to this.
So I mean, again, I agree with you, but I do have a comment, which is important that we mention it.
Absolutely,
truth be told, if MURIC is coming out right now to now say they blame the Christian Association of Nigeria, which is CAN, for going above the president's head to go, alerts the West of what's going on. Now, irrespective of whether I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, a traditional worshiper, look, all that religion put aside, let us face the fact. If killings are going on in any nation, it is the responsibility of that country, beyond all reasonable doubt, to actually come out and address every death of a citizen in that nation. Even if it is happening every day, you must address it. It is that addressing, that idea of talking about it, showing, that some level of concern, being quite, put this way now, very particular about it. That's what will give room for those who have lost those people to actually come out and say, okay, fine, you have us at heart. Let us now mourn and mourn in peace, as case may be. But when there is level of insensitivity going on, I tell you, issues like this will get to the eye of the international world. Having said so, is Monique right to have accused Khan of betraying the government? Also, they say two wrongs don't make it right. Okay, I don't think at this point we throw fingers and blame who or not blame anybody. Right? I don't think Monique shouldn't have come out to blame the Khan itself. Also, Khan shouldn't have gone above the head of the president. They could have exhausted their options yet. I understand how frustrating it is, truth be told. I mean, in this country, the cost of governance is very, very high, let alone being able to be heard at that level. Do you know the amount of letters that will be on the table of the president? Yes, this is quite important and it's very sensitive. Killings of anyone, at all, whether you're Muslim or Christian, is nothing for us to smile about. It's a serious matter. But can we have at least exhausted our options within Nigeria, knowing that by the time we take anything to the West, they will seize the opportunity and want to escalate in ways that will favor them? Remember, and I keep saying this, and there's no way me trying to hate on anybody. I love Americans as a whole. The problem I have is with the government itself, those who run the government. Believe it or not, even America itself, some citizens don't like the way the government is being run by Donald Trump. Let's be honest. So the problem I have, right, which I think every Nigerian out there will understand and see where I'm coming from, is not the issue with Americans. No, it rather is the issue with the fact that those who run America are insensitive and are opportunists in this matter. So for Khan to have gone, if truly they did, because now this is just per se, but if they actually wrote to the United States government urging them to come in and bring boots on ground, I would say no, that was a wrong move. Because what this means is that you have gone out to tell the world that we cannot handle our issues. Right. And that's for me, that is, if lack of a better term, you might want to draw the line to say this is more or less snitching, as they say. Look, America has their problems. You don't see them run to other nations to come and cooperate and deal with it. We are a sovereign nation. And as sovereign as we are, we must be able to respect that. And I keep telling who wants to listen, I'm a patriotic Nigerian. I've traveled anywhere around the world, been to America, UK, what case may be, but give and take, home is what? Is home. So I will not have a problem at home and then take it outside. So I think Khan could have exhausted their option. But did they exhaust their option? No. They probably felt, let's take it outside and see if we'll get answers. Well, you got your answer. But the answer now, is it in the interest of Nigerians and Christians being killed? We all know how this is going to play out. I don't think Donald Trump has interest of Christians at heart, because if they do, right, if he did, truth be told, she should have acted quick enough instead of wasting so much time for Palestinians who have died at that level, which it was. Rather, it was what they were supporting Israel. Now, let's even, like I said, but let's even throw it back to history. Right? And there's no way me trying to point fingers at Christians and say, well, I'm a Christian, but I like to see the way things are. Let's trash it out. Even though I'm a journalist, yes. Broadcaster, yes. But say it the way it is. In this case, right? If we want to draw some records with history has taught us that Christians have done more harm than there is in the world. Who bombed Japan? Was it Muslims that bombed Japan? Should we go on and on? Yeah. That was Nagasaki or whatever it is, and hydrogen bomb, Nagasaki, right? I can go on and on. Who went into Iraq, right? What about Afghanistan? Where is the weapon of mass destruction? I mean, let us call a spade a spade. Let's keep our emotions aside and begin to ask ourselves those questions. What's happened to Libya today? Libya is a torn area. Libya used to be the center of everything when Gaddafi was alive. Yes, he wasn't a perfect man. He was an angel. But we all know history has taught us that when America is interested in a nation, there is something that they want from that nation. And Nigeria sits on trillions and trillions worth of natural resources and rare earth minerals that they need to power their jets, need to power their what's called space exploration. I can go on and on and on. So let's not act as if we are children in this matter. Let's say it as it is. No one will pull a wool over our eyes or try to brush us on the carpet, right? So we have a responsible government. I don't have to be a politician to know this, right? We follow the trends.
Yeah.
And so the question now is, will our responsible government act responsibly and not say how high when Donald Trump says jump? These are the questions.
Speaking of acting responsibly and still on the United States role, the presidency, it says that President Bola Tinubu anticipated America's renewed scrutiny and acted ahead of time. Now, this follows Trump's warning that Nigeria could face direct military consequences over alleged persecution of Christians. Presidential spokesman Bayo Onanuga said that Tinubu's recent shakeup of the military and his tough message to the new service chiefs showed he was already aware of potential foreign interference. Is that true? We don't know for sure. Now, Tinubu reportedly told the commanders to stay alert and smash new snakes right in the head. And he said that, and I quote, a metaphor for emerging security threat. Now, this, of course, is, President Tinubu's spokesperson, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, saying that, you know what, the president had actually seen the possible foreign interference coming, and that's why he was already acting ahead, giving kudos to him for some of the things he did, just a few weeks ago, especially with respect to the new service chiefs which were appointed, where he did say that they should toughen up. He did say they should smash new snakes right in the head. For him, that was a way to tell them to stay alert and also talk about emerging security threats. So this is sort of like giving some kudos to what the president has done. But how Nigerians reacting to it? Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to this comment from the presidency. King Resilience says, since you saw it coming, let him find a permanent solution to it then. Do we have more reactions? Diola's Deal says, Nigerian government won't still do anything until US strikes. I trust them. And it's this level of distrust in Nigeria that really weakens me. Wale Obil says, bro saw it coming. He didn't even see Nigeria's economy collapsing in front of him. Please. Do we have one more reaction? Do we have more reactions to this conversation on social media? But look, just from those are just 3 comments from the barrage of comments that we probably would have seen on social media. But one thing, we're seeing one thing that is common across board is that Nigerians, there's lack of trust in the government.
So again, let's don't fake it. Yes, there's some level of lack of trust because those who have perpetrated crime that were far more heinous than the ones that are being held right now without judgment being passed, those ones have been given pardon. We understand where I'm heading with this, right? We've had criminals who have been given pardon and others who have been let off the hook. So when things like that happen, it's only but natural that the people might give a warning and say, what's happening here? Can we trust the judicial system? Can we trust the executive? Can we trust, So there will be some level of mistrust. It is not peculiar to Nigeria. Newsflash. Other part of the world too, they do have issues. Only recently we saw the former president of France, right? He's going to jail, right? For some issues that have transpired. What am I trying to say? Is that there will come a time when the people will ask questions, and questions will need answers. So if those answers don't come at the time that they want it, right? People will probably lose trust in the government. But I keep on saying this. Before you begin to throw the bath water and the baby away, I'm not canvassing for the government. I'm saying as a whole, as a Nigerian who is enjoying the fact that we have a sovereignty, right? And I can move around freely and not being discriminated against, or somebody come and tell me, hey, you're not from Nigeria, or some racial tension, the way they behave in the United States or in the UK and other countries. And let's be honest with it, right? Yes, it might not be the best of all homes. Yes, the grass might be a bit browner where we are, but I can tell you for a fact, if we choose to water it, it will become greener. We have no business
Certainly.
to travel to go get disgraced or go beg for handouts. In return, we've given some ultimatum to deal with our own countries. We have our problems in our country. But I tell you this, if we stand together as one to now say, yes, we have our issues, we have our challenges, can we deal with it and deal with it well? Those on social media who are busy, very quick to hold their phones to send messages, who basically I might even think maybe they're even bots. Bots, I mean to say, maybe not real human beings behind those those handles. They are simply waiting for fire to come out. And then when it happens, run helter skelter. Let's be very clear on this. If war breaks out, God forbid, in this nation,
right,
the place you want to run to, they will reject you. And when they reject you, they will laugh at you. So before we begin to fan the flames of war or fan the flames of, come and save us, be rest assured that the people who we are crying out help for have 750 plus bases around the world. I mean, 750 bases, military bases around the world. Why do they have bases all over the world?
Yeah, but we have to move on now from this conversation, away from foreign policy to economy and the economy. Let's move to politics, where the Social Democratic Party, SDP, has reaffirmed that former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai remains banned from the party for 30 years. Now, the party's chairman said the suspension still stands, dismissing reports that El-Rufai might return ahead of the next convention. According to Femi Olani, El-Rufai joined through the back door and tried to manipulate the party structures. Now, the SDP says it won't reverse the decision, calling it a necessary step to protect the party's integrity. And that's the conversation. And in the world of politics today on social listening, that's happening. El-Rufai staying banned for 30 years from the stable of SDP. Well, let's see some of the reactions on social media. El-Rufai, we've seen that he's always sort of, it's just a lone ranger in so many ways. Sonny Go says, expel. He left the party long ago. How can you expel someone that isn't in the fold? I mean, that's a key question, really. Right. What do you mean? Are you trying to make yourself feel? Let's see more reactions on social media. Decent or John Ugwa says he's banned from SDP, but not from other political parties. Politics is a dirty game. True. Let's see more reactions. Timo Shine says these people are illogical. How can you expel someone who was never a member? Why do you ban someone you've expelled? They want to use a stone to hit multiple targets. Obon King says this kind of discipline should cut across all political parties. It may curb political prostitution in Nigeria.
I like that last part, political prostitution. I mean, this is what we see every now and then. So I laugh because, it is prevalent. We see these things every now and then in arm and a leg for a party and say they go beyond the moon, when called for service, only, right, to show their backs whenever there's a small shakeup. However, again, politics is what it is. I've said before that if I ever get into politics, I probably wouldn't do anything, well, let's leave it like that for now. But as it is right now, if you say that the man has a 30-year ban, how does that affect his household and how he feeds, really? SDP, I'm sorry to say, has never been, I would say I've never been as strong as some other opposition party to now really want to say that they are placed a ban on him, so he shouldn't come close any longer. After all, he went through the back door, he came in through the back door, whatever it is, whatever term they want to put to it. Let's say that's this. Look, El-Rufai is a politician. He knows how to play the game very well. Whether or not he's trying to pull them out, right, so that they can have some form of recognition, we don't know this. But truth be told, which is very obvious, that there is a game that is going on. And politics is one of the most critical, put this way, one of the most strategic games that you can use or ploy you can use to gain the hearts of people. But I think the major question should now be, what is his end goal in this whole matter? Because Nigerians are looking out for people who they can say, this person is worth following. Gone are the days when we follow blindly. Now it's about following people who know the way. And like they say,
Follow no road. Absolutely.
Exactly. So if El-Rufai knows the way, I don't think SDP should shy away from the fact, keep their emotions aside. But if he doesn't know the way, APC self will not even take him. You see what I did there? You know, APC, SDP. Leave that.
Okay, we follow no road. End of story. Well, that's why we leave it this morning on the social listening segment and the BDTV breakfast show itself. We did see what we had on the headlines. We did see what we had on the front page of the paper, from Business Day to Punch to The Guardian, and of course the cartoon of the day, which was it left so much food for thought. You know, a lot to analyze from the cartoon of the day. Of course, the Business Week with the publisher. And of course the editor-in-chief and the chief economist as well. They did the Business Week, and the big story very well. We spoke about the diplomatic impact of, you know, this label of country of concern, right? And then we've seen what we have on social listening today. You know, from still the headlines today has been all about Trump, the United States, country of concern label for Nigeria.
I think I should label Trump as
across different boards,
president
and
of
then
interest.
This president of interest.
Yes.
Well,
that's our answer to him. President of interest.
I mean, your word, we'll take it as that. No, of course it's not. It's not at all. But that's why we'll leave it this morning on the BDTV breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Lagos is a city surrounded by water, a place where roads meet rivers and people move across bridges every day. From the lagoon to the Atlantic, water is part of Lagos' story. But for years, much of this potential has been untapped. Lagos inland waterways offer a huge opportunity to move people and goods safely, easily, and faster. That's why the Lagos state government has launched the Omieko project, a €410 million plan to transform the city's waterways into a clean, safe, and smart transport system. backed by the French Development Agency, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank. The Omieko project would reduce road traffic, promote the use of electric ferries, and make daily movement across Lagos faster and more comfortable. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the project as a new era for transportation.
Omieko, a blueprint for the future. Omieko's project is a comprehensive, future-oriented blueprint for a sustainable mobility in Lagos. It merges technology, it pushes environmental stewardship, it creates a smart design for the waterways that is not just navigated, but is optimized. Under our Teams Plus agenda, we identify water transportation as a critical level for transforming urban mobility. And step by step, we have laid the foundation for today's leap. We expanded our omnibus fleet into very modern ferries. We had to say ferries that were designed with comfort and efficiency. It was used at easing the pressure on our congested roads. We established Africa's first waterways monitoring and data center. Is behind here somewhere, ensuring real-time visibility and enhanced safety across our waterways.
25 terminals and 75 electric ferries expected to move about 25 million passengers every year. The project will make water transport a real part of daily life in Lagos. The Lagos state government says the project will create jobs, improve safety, and open new business opportunities for people who walk around the waterways. International partners say Omieko shows how Lagos can lead Africa in green and modern mobility. The Omieko project is not just about transport, it's about reconnecting Lagos with its waters and building a city that moves better, cleaner, and smarter. Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as market activities with regards to the Nigerian context. Now, we are starting off the show with the dramatic weekend we've just had in the country. So we had a weekend where we saw what I would describe as a matchup between the United States president, that's Donald Trump, and Nigeria as a whole, Nigeria and the Nigerian government. So over the time, we've seen Donald Trump as quite a consistent tweeter, or people call him a tweeter, or he posts on Truth Social where he talks about issues that are kind of personal to him. But this time we saw Nigeria came into the fray. So we saw the United States government, first of all, designating Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Then we saw on Sunday, he now tweeted that there's probably tweeted the possibility of a military action in Nigeria. While it looks, there's all of it, we all know it's a political statement, there's a geopolitical aspect to it. Now I want to look at the market. What's the market saying? Now let's look at what the market is saying as of this morning. The market started trading 10 a.m. this morning, and as of 10:45 this morning, the market has continued in its bearish run. We've not seen much activity. We see the equity market cap at 90. We see market down by just 3 basis points. Last week we saw the market down by 0.98% all of the week, almost 1 percentage point. But we see today deals, over 13,000 deals have happened in the market just 45 minutes. Are we seeing buying and selling? Are we are we looking at a situation that is tending towards what just happened? Is our market at risk? Is part of those are some of the questions that we are asking. 72 million shares already traded in deals worth around 4.5 billion naira. Now let's look at some of the trending stocks. Let's look at our gainers for today. I'm looking at a 1 hour space gap between 10 till 11 a.m. this morning. So we have Caverton down, we have Mutual Benefit Assurance, we have Consolidated Hallmark Holdings, Access Holdings, and Guinea Insurance. So basically it's just like what we are seeing here is basically just tending towards the regular losers. We've seen that banking stocks have not been the best of performers, especially with regards to their third quarter financials. We've seen that their third quarter financials have shown that there's not really so much to be excited about for investors. But let's look at the gainers. Let's look at some of the gainers. We see ASO Savings and Loans, Omatech Ventures, Royal Exchange, Veritas Capital, Assurance. Okay. Now on the show this morning, we are going to be discussing the risk, the potential risk with this designation, and on our market, on our FX market, and overall the Nigerian economy. Since we are just teetering on the brink of stability, will this affect us? How will this affect us? And on the show this morning, we have Adetola Freeman, who is the regional analyst for FBS Brokers. Good morning, Mr. Freeman.
Good morning, David. It's lovely to be here again.
So it's been a dramatic weekend. That's what I'll describe it as. Abi, how do you see it?
Indeed, it's been dramatic. Like you said, there's a lot of geopolitical influence to consider, and I believe that this is something that calls to attention the need for more independence from the Nigerian nation as a sovereign entity, especially with regards to controlling our own economy, all right, having a larger margin of control over our own economy as a sovereign nation.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on the country of particular concerns designation? How do we really fit into the system? We remember that in 2018 Nigeria was in 2020 Nigeria was put on that list, and within a year in 2021 we were let off that list. Some people say it's because when Nigeria was put on the list, it did not take time to materialize. The implications did not take time to materialize. But now we see that Donald Trump just basically started his tenure as the president. What are the potential implications for us as a country?
To be honest, the potential risks are enormous, to be very frank, especially considering the fact that Nigeria as it is today is largely import dependent. All right, so designating Nigeria as a nation of particular concern means that there is going to be reduced trust in business partnerships between foreign entities and Nigerian entities, because the risk of logistic disruptions is going to be a major consideration. Like I said, we're import dependent, so logistic disruptions can severely impact local businesses, to a very large extent. And it also means that many of our foreign direct investments or investors can begin to reconsider their portfolio or their interest in the nation, since there is no particular communication of a deadline as to how long the designation will last or how long it's going to take, because this is an issue that has been on for quite a while. All right, Nigeria has been battling this insecurity for well over a decade, so it means that there's no deadline to when this designation will be revoked. So, and that's why it's actually quite concerning.
So now Nigeria is heavily dependent on our oil exports. We depend on oil exports for our naira stability. How will this move? Now let's not even now we talked about the CPC designation. Trump went further to even now give that there is a potential for a military action in Nigeria. How will this exacerbate pressures on the naira and our FX reserve? What are the implications for our foreign exchange reserves?
That's a beautiful one. But I know we both can recall that earlier this year, in an event, or let me say in an intervention, all right, that the CBN tagged as defending the naira. We remember that the CBN already disbursed a portion of the foreign reserves in a bid to defend the naira against the volatility of the exchange rate. So that means that right now the country is running on limited FX reserves, which of course I wouldn't trust figures coming from the authorities, because they have interests to protect. This kind of a situation now is going to mount increased pressure on the liquidity of the nation. All right, in the sense that, like you said, we depend largely on oil exports, and disruptions in the logistic chain frame, or the chain framework rather, is also going to have a big impact. All right, so that's why when I talk about the things that we need to begin to seriously consider, all right, logistic disruption is going to be at the top of that list, because when a nation is not at peace, it means that insurance rates go up, funding for businesses are almost unavailable, and so many other things that could result in the collapse of the economy, so to say.
So we've spoken about the logistics disruptions, we've spoken about the business aspect of it. I want to talk about the aid part of it. Trump talked about the fact that they were going to be pausing aid and assistance to Nigeria. So in one breath, I think that with the suspension of USAID, Nigeria's reliance on US aid in that sense had really come to a halt. I think it had almost come to a halt. But how do you think that US stopping aid to Nigeria would really play on our economy? Is it something that we should be wary about?
Thank you for that question. But then again, if we revisit the figures from the MBS, all right, talking about the poverty rate in the nation, we'll understand that a large percentage of the Nigerian populace rely on this aid, all right, this aid benefits. We have a large number of internally displaced persons. We have, several areas that are facing or that are currently going through one form of crisis or the other. All right, so the complete withdrawal of these aids could begin to stimulate erstwhile, calm individuals to begin to stir up some form of disturbances. All right, which is also going to be quite impactful on the economy as a whole, because in a place where poverty reigns supreme, morals take a leave. All right, so when people, need to, when people have needs, all right, a lot of people are willing to forego morality in a bid to meet those needs. And that means that there's no peace even for those who probably feel like, things are fine. Then I think that it's an alarming thing for everyone, basically.
Now, capital flight. We basically built a steady currency, a stable currency rate on FPIs, foreign portfolio inflows. We've not seen so much foreign direct investment. It's not been so large that we'll say they are going to they've been driving the steadiness in the currency. But we've seen a lot of FPIs, especially with treasury bills. The government has issued quite a bit of treasury bills, around over 20 trillion naira issued since Tinubu came into office. It's been a lot of issuances. The question now is, how will this particular move trigger capital? Will it trigger capital flight? Is Nigeria heavily dependent on capital coming in from the US, coming in from Europe, coming in from people that are influenced by statements that Donald Trump make, or is not something to be wary about? That's another question. Will it is there a material impact on capital inflow into the country? All of this drama that's going on.
All right, David, let me just use the lyrics of a particular song, Easy Come, Easy Go. I'm sure you're familiar with the song. The problem with FPIs, all right, is that they are easy to come in, but at the same time, it's one of the most liquid vehicles, all right? So it's as easy to leave as it is to come in. Like you said, if we've seen over 20 trillion coming in within a span of about 3 years, all right, it means that, FDIs sometimes take as long as 8-10 years to come in, all right? But if FPIs are coming into the tune of, the amount you've stated, within 2 years, it means that they can very much as quickly leave, all right? Trust is harder to gain, all right, than it is to lose. So if there's reason for concern, like we currently have in Nigeria at the moment, because most people are uncertain how the government is going to respond, or how the government is going to handle the potential backlash from this from this confrontation. So it means that the FPIs might be taking flight, all right, because it's quite easy for them to take flight, to be honest. So that's what I think about this.
So one question I have is, what was your advice on how Nigeria's markets now? Now I don't want to bring in political side of things. Now I want to look at the Nigerian market itself, the Nigerian currency markets, the Nigerian fixed income markets, the Nigerian stock exchange, all of this. How can they navigate this? Because they've been thrust into a situation that would have material impact on them, a situation that where they are almost put in direct confrontation with some of their biggest benefactors. How do you think that our markets in itself can navigate this position that they are in right now?
Well, that's a very interesting question, because right now it's like being caught between two terrible options, all right? The central bank that could probably intervene to ensure that there's some form of stability, unfortunately has some shortage that they are dealing with, in the sense that, like I mentioned earlier, our foreign reserves have already been marginalized by the Naira defense program that took place earlier in the year. All right, so I think the main thing that the local market can begin to do is to emphasize on transparency, all right, emphasize on communication, all right, because this is a period where trust will be tested. Like you said, they're going to have to confront some of their biggest benefactors, all right, and that means that there's going to be need for them to be able to maintain relationship, maintain a flow of communication, maintain transparency of books, programs, plans, projections, and things like that. so that peradventure, some of the industries that still have some form of belief in the system can be able to execute that belief, with calm. And if there's need for it, they can also be able to hedge their positions as quickly as possible. All right, so that there's no sour taste left in anybody's mouth, in essence.
Okay, now I want to let's move. I'm drifting to the stock market. Nigeria's exchange was on the way. We were on the way. There were moves to move Nigeria's exchange. I think for Financial Times, there was a move to move Nigeria's MSCI too, was also planning to move Nigeria's stock market back into its frontier market stocks. Frontier markets, among the frontier markets, we had moved from frontier to standalone, and standalone is quite like it's almost like being in a pariah state where nobody wants to really associate and do business with you. However, based on some of the moves made by the government, we've seen it move from frontier, from standalone, and now and some of these guys are considering moving us back to frontier market. Now we are battling this. How will this affect the market? How will this really play out in the market? Well, and let's not forget the fact that we already have 21% of our participation in the market coming from the foreigners in 2025.
All right. Like I said, see, this is a period where, like I said, trust will be tested. All right. The designation did not happen on the basis of just one singular factor, right? There was a basket of factors that led to, the decision to upgrade our standing or, our position in the global, stock market. And I think that whatever decision is going to take place, whether about, sticking with the upgrade or with, taking us back to the standalone market, I think it's still going to rely on how quickly and how transparently the government is able to intersect or intervene in the matter. All right, because given the current standing or the current situation of things, there are a lot of factors that need to be addressed. Like I said, there's the issue of the depleting foreign reserves, which means that sometimes we might get to see artificial scarcity of foreign currency, in the sense that we get to see banks beginning to hoard certain currencies, claiming that they no longer have in their reserves, simply because they are waiting for the exchange rates to climb, and then they can begin to, they can increase their profit margins based on that practice. So this is where the pace of the government intervention will play a major role, because the quicker they're able to intervene, the more transparent their communication, the more steady our progress into the frontier markets will be. But if we, at this point, begin to attempt playing shady games, and there's silence from the government, or this designation as a country of particular concern is prolonged, all right, each moment that we spend with that designation means that more and more trust is eroding, all right? So that's what I think needs to be done. We need to have a proactive measure to address things as quickly as possible.
Hey, thank you so much for your time, Staditola Freeman. Thank you for speaking to us on the show this morning.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, David.
After the break, we return with market updates as well as news making the rounds. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Semaphore Foundation, a 501c3 international non-governmental organization in partnership with the United Nations and World Bank, proudly participated in the United Nations General Assembly, 80th and the World Bank annual meeting, championing the cause of artificial intelligence for civil society, turning projects to products. At the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York, artificial intelligence and a renewed global action plan for sustainable development took center stage as world leaders, policymakers, and innovators gathered to chart a coordinated path for ethical technology adoption and inclusive growth. Trace Inegbedion, head of Failure and Social Experiment at the Semaphore Foundation, provided a compelling perspective, noting that artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping how the world approaches social impact and innovation. Panelists including Juwon Olorunipa, Special Advisor to the Governor of Kogi State, Gbenga Akimbulere of Palo Alto Networks, Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Baide Beki Initiative, and Dr. Ero Ibafidon of the Water Light Safe Initiative, examine the growing influence of artificial intelligence in governance, climate resilience, health, and education. In his address, Gbenga Akimbulere, staff software engineer at Palo Alto Networks, says the latest version of your AI is the weakest version of your AI because every upgrade must relearn humanity. In Africa, we are proving that innovation isn't just about building smarter systems. It's about building systems that understand people. We are engineering trust, resilience, and purpose into technology. And that's how African innovators are shaping the future of impact And Ebaide Omiunu, founder of the Ebaide Becky initiative, warned that AI works best when it's embedded in community structures, not imposed from outside. She added that our biggest risk isn't technical, it's trust. At the just concluded World Bank Civil Society Policy Forum, discussions on artificial intelligence and impact engineering dominated conversations, emphasizing their role in driving sustainable development, accountability, and measurable results. Inegbedion explained that these technologies are redefining how solutions are redesigned for real-world impact. The high-level Semaphore Foundation delegation at the World Bank was led by Hawatelo Kamara Diallo, retired United Nations official and founder IBTK Foundation. She was joined by Kome Igbogidi, Richard Ojuri, Dr. Letitia Malcolm, Winnie Mangeni, and other distinguished Semaphore ambassadors, all of whom have been strong advocates for artificial intelligence and human dignity. And during his third civil society town hall, World Bank President Ajay Banga fielded a direct question from Inegbedion on how artificial intelligence agents could move development funding from projects to products, turning commitments into tangible impact.
My name is Chase from Semaphore Foundation. My big question is around digitization you mentioned. We're in the era of ChatGPT and AI agents. A lot of organizations have struggled with assessing jobs, like you mentioned. You know, we've had companies like Utiva and technology startups grow in that space. I'm looking at the kind of allocation and funding that can go into AI agent, supporting the works of the World Bank recently to be making sure that people who are civil society can earn more money, can raise more funds, and also get to recruit more people into the job system. Can you talk about the funding approach to see that we can also start plugging into systems like ChatGPT in helping this space? Thank you.
You're talking about funding for civil society?
Funding for civil society in relation to jobs and access to technology where we can use AI agents.
So we've got this whole, as you know, we've got this whole approach called civil something, right? Which is the effort. We've got lots of acronyms, so you'll have to pardon me. I tend to forget the acronyms. I think there's a bigger topic, which is AI in the emerging markets. And if you don't mind, may I take a minute to answer that? I think it's relevant in a bigger picture. Everybody's talking about big AI. That's the ChatGPT kind of stuff. What does big AI need to be successful? It needs computing power, lots of it. It needs electricity, lots of it. It needs data, lots of it. And it needs people who understand how to use all this, many of them. You tell me how many emerging market countries have these four, and I'll give you a medal. You see? So careful with the idea that big AI will somehow allow a developing country to leapfrog. You have to figure out how to enable that big AI or other AI to be useful to a developing country. And that, I'm not certain, is completely clear to me. So small AI, on the other hand, which is a different way of describing tools that can be used at the edge of the network, meaning on your phone, so that the computing power required, the electricity required, and all the stuff you need, the data you need, is much less and much more local and much more manageable. Let me give you an example. If I'm a farmer, and you'll hear this in our agribusiness launch this week. If I'm a farmer in a cooperative in Uttar Pradesh in India, or in Kenya, or in Brazil, and I could point a phone at a disease on the crop I'm growing, I don't need to know the name of the disease. I can't pronounce it anyway. But if I could know that disease equal to that insecticide from my cooperative for $3, that's priceless, right? That's small AI at work for a farmer. I saw it in Uttar Pradesh.
The organization used both platforms to announce its upcoming participation at the United Nations Second World Summit for Social Development in Doha. The discussions underscored Africa's growing role in redefining the global narrative on technology, probing that innovation from the continent is not only transformative but deeply human-centered. Destiny Mama for Business Day Television News. Semaphore Foundation of 5.
Welcome back to Economy and Market. So now when you look at the stock markets for this morning, we've gone 1 hour 43 minutes into trade this morning, and according to what I'm looking at here, the trade volume is at 6.9 billion. Means that the market is quite on a bit of a rush. The market is in a rush basically, and let's look at the naira. The naira is on a roll. Despite all of things that have happened, we've seen that the naira has appreciated to 1,000, now down below 1,440, down to 1,439 naira to the USD. One element that we probably have not outlined well is the effect of all of this drama on the exchange rate, but it looks like it's not really telling much on our exchange rate, as we are seeing the naira now 1,439 naira to the USD. In terms of trade volume, 6.9 billion shares in 6.9 billion naira in deals in a trade volume of 121 million shares. Market is still marginally bearish, 0.03% decline. We'll probably see the market close a little bit. We'll probably see quite a bit more deep, because 2 weeks ago we saw the market hit a record high 155,000. So there's been a lot of profit taking. We cannot attribute what is going on in the market today to the drama that has happened. We can only attribute it to the fact that investors in the market, our market, which is majorly driven by domestic institutional investors and domestic retail investors, are reacting to what is intrinsically affecting them. That is the earnings profile of the companies that they have taken position on, and the performance of these companies over time. They are reacting to some of the news, but majorly earnings profile. And if you can look at like this first snapshot I showed at the beginning of the show, we've seen that our insurance, financial service companies basically be the top losers. And that's all we can take on Economy and Market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Olujimi.
In Lagos on October 11, 2025, some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investment, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by BusinessDay Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen And we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like even getting this award today is indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank Business Day, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. Business Day, an award from Business Day is a very good one. You know, this isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from Business Day several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture, receiving the BAFI Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top-notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services overall, we serve the customers, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended Business Day Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done you know, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payment technology. So we feel very good, really, and we are excited.
So what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data. We had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand, but it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this. And we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, you know, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate Business Day for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see we thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So, Boridos Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So, what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This is just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, and I'm very happy.
So, what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award, because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Iron Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers. And that has led to, deals upon deals, and here we are today. This is one of the rewards of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. Naira hits 2025 peak at $1,201 per dollar as forex supply rises. States burn revenue, windfall and overheads, debt servicing. Gencos lose 2.3 trillion naira stranded power as grid bottlenecks persist. OPEC Plus adjust output amid stable market outlook. Haaland race fires Man City past Bournemouth. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the naira recorded its highest appreciation this year at the close of October, when it settled at 1,421.73 naira per dollar at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. The naira traded below the 1,005 per dollar threshold throughout October at the official market, indicating stability, and appreciated by 3.63% from 1,475.34 naira per dollar as of 30th September 2025. And at the parallel market, the story was not too different, as the domestic currency closed at 1,450 per dollar on Friday. Providing a weekly review of the FS market, researchers at ICO Capital attributed the performance of the naira to the activities of foreign portfolio investors. Nigeria's external reserves, however, extended their rally, increasing it to $43.17 billion of 30th of October 2025, up from $4.235 billion recorded a month earlier on 30th September 2025. The data shows a monthly gain of $819 million, representing a 1.93% growth in reserves within 1 month, which suggests a steady buildup in foreign assets during the period under review, indicating slightly stronger external buffers compared to the previous month. And moving on, Nigeria's long-awaited revenue rebound is failing to translate into tangible development as many state governments channel new fiscal gains into growing overheads and debt servicing, a pattern that's crowding out capital investments needed to spur growth. Reports reveal that while combined revenue from the Federal Account Allocation Committee to 35 states surged by 10.57% to 11.38 trillion naira in 1 year, and internally generated revenue jumped from 8.66 trillion naira in 2023 to 14.4 trillion naira in 2024. Much of the windfall still gets absorbed by recurrent expenditures, particularly overheads, personnel costs, and public debt charges. The data shows that state spending on personnel also rose to 23.24% in 2024, with overhead costs increasing from 1.5 billion naira in 2023 to 2.44 trillion naira last year. Now, according to analysts, this pattern exposes a deepening fiscal imbalance in subnational finances, while governance costs rise faster than development spending. Economic analyst at Lagos-based consultancy Meristem Research, Matilda Adefulujo, argue that spending on capital investments is more of a political willpower, noting that shortfalls in developmental projects may hinder measurable outcomes such as roads, healthcare, and job creation. We are now joined by our chief editor at Business Day Television, Joshua Bassi, to give us more analysis into this story. Welcome, Mr. Joshua.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to know, what should states be doing with the revenue windfall exactly?
Thank you. I think analysts in the report that you have just read, they have actually said it all. What we have is a situation where states are spending the windfall, as we call it, on the personnel costs, maybe vehicles and just not putting the money into proper use such that citizens can actually benefit maximally. And that's actually the difference between Africa and some advanced economies around the world. They prioritize projects that will have lasting impact on the people. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, we tend to see government prioritizing things that are not actually having positive impact on the lives of the people. So if you ask me, so what should still be doing with the money? Because before I even go into that, the revenue info we're talking about here actually is coming also from, you recall, the popular revenue, a subsidy is gone that Mr. President mentioned from day one when it was being sworn in on the 29th of May 2023. And so we've seen so much saving, right? From that, subsidy is gone because, of course, the subsidy is truly gone.
Yes.
So federal government is able to have a lot of money, which they are now also sharing. It goes to the federation account, then they are now sharing to states. But unfortunately, we are not seeing states utilizing that windfall, as we call it, to better the lot of the people. I'm going to give you an example, and I'm sorry to be very specific.
No, please.
But I will mention a state, for instance, Akwa Ibom State. We've seen the governor gone on the spending spree, buying SUVs for past political office holders in the state. For instance, past deputy governors have been given
new SUVs. Wow.
Traditional rulers, and there are several of them. He has bought SUVs for traditional rulers and state members of the state house of assembly. So we are basically, what he's doing is basically kind of, if you permit me to say, wasting the money, because that does not translate to quality life for the citizen of the state, for instance. So so if you ask therefore to answer your question directly, what should state be doing with the money? We want to see states spend the windfall, right? For instance, on healthcare, for instance, on education, on infrastructure, roads, for instance. There are some states you go and you'll be shocked to see that the classroom where students, where pupils are staying to receive a lesson is dilapidated. Okay, we've seen states where students are sitting on the floor to receive a lesson. And so we expect that when the windfall, as we call it, come, government should be able to invest properly in education, upgrade infrastructure in school, so that the student and of course the teachers can have a conducive environment to learn. And of course, quality learning will actually just translate to quality, education, right?
Yes.
We want to see states invest that money in building roads, for instance. Okay, roads that are enduring, roads that are long lasting, so that people don't have loss of lives as a result of that. And if you talk about farmers, they'll be able to move their produce from the point where they are producing to where people that can actually buy them and cheap, because bad roads, of course, ultimately will reflect in the price of, because if farmers are not able to move their produce, in a way, if they spend more, move their produce because the roads are bad,
yes,
of course, they will transfer the cost to the end user, and so we're going to have high cost of maybe food in the so we also need to see government put that money into health infrastructure, okay, so that people can go to the hospital and receive quality care, healthcare delivery. Okay, want to see doctors being paid as a when due, so that they don't keep complaining and then abandoning their patient, and then so those are the areas analysts, of course, people believe that government should spend the money. Yeah, I know, but and then perhaps borrow less, because a lot of this money we are talking about here also go into servicing debt. Really, there's actually nothing wrong in borrowing, but when you borrow, put what we have borrowed into developing infrastructure that actually impact on the life of the people, and not to keep just, spending it on frivolous things that don't add value to the life of the people. And like I've always said, governance is all about the people, because the Constitution actually recognizes that fact, that the welfare of the people actually shall be the sole purpose of government. So if you are a governor, if you are a president, in this case, actually, we are actually talking about governors here. Of course, I mean, at the federal level, I mean, that is a different thing entirely. But this report actually focusing on states. So we want to see states, put that money into areas where the majority of the people of the state, of the various states are affected here, can actually see the benefit of the windfall that we talk about. Because when the president said subsidy is gone, it is you and I that are now paying that subsidy.
Subsidy, yes.
And so when the money being saved from subsidy, which is now going to states, we should also have benefit from what it is that that money should do for us.
Absolutely.
So that's the area they should spend the money on.
Okay, so if these monies are not spent, for example, in your words, as you said that one governor allegedly is wasting the windfall, what do you think is going to be the reaction of the people at the end of the day?
Well, of course, unfortunately, in this part of the world, the governors like as if we are conquered people. What will the people do? Just the people that just keep quiet. But the implication of not spending the money on those areas that the people can benefit, that feel the positive impact, is that the quality of life will continue to remain at the bottom. For instance, again, we talk about education. The quality of education will continue to remain at the bottom. The quality of healthcare delivery will continue to remain at the bottom, right? So it means that the citizen will not be empowered. And if you don't empower your citizens, I mean, you leave them worse off. And like I said, the whole essence of governance is to make life much, much better for the citizens.
Okay, thank you so much, Joshua Bassi, for that analysis. Now, still on, power generating companies in Nigeria have lost a staggering 2.31 trillion naira over the last 12 years due to electricity that could have been generated but was left unused as a result of grid and operational constraints. This is according to fresh data from the Association of Power Generation Companies, the umbrella body for all electricity generation firms in the country. Now, according to the report, the losses were recorded between 2013 and September 2025. The figure represents the cumulative value of power that was available for generation but could not be evacuated by the national grid or distributed to end users. The figure, sourced from the National Control Center and presented by the APGC Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer Joy Ogaji, at its 20th anniversary celebration, highlights the worsening financial strain facing the nation's electricity market as power producers continue to shoulder huge losses from stranded generation capacity. Also, the new Nigeria People's Party 2023 presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso has called on the United States to back Nigeria with advanced security technology rather than threaten military intervention over allegations of Christian persecution. Kwankwaso's message came after the U.S. President Donald Trump designated Nigeria a country of particular concern and warned of possible troop deployment, alleging that Christians face an existential threat from Islamist extremists. Framing Trump's remarks as inflammatory and counterproductive, Kwankwaso said Washington should focus on strengthening Nigeria's security capacity instead of heightening tensions. Trump, in a Truth Social post on Friday, claimed thousands of Christians had been killed, warning that the U.S. could halt aid to Nigeria and go in guns a-blazing to wipe out the Islamic terrorists, while instructing the U.S. Department of War to prepare for swift action. Kwankwaso countered this narrative, stressing that Nigeria's security challenges are driven by diverse criminal networks, not a singular religious conflict, insisting that insecurity affects Nigerians across faiths and ethnicities. And now to end the local news, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has extended the deadline of the completion of 2025 admissions into public universities to November 17, 2025. According to a statement signed by JAMB's Public Communication Advisor Fabian Benjamin, the decision followed emergent and compelling circumstances affecting several public universities. In view of this development, JAMB revealed that it had decided to extend the admission deadline for public universities to November 17, 2025, to ensure fairness and inclusiveness across institutions. The Minister of Education, Maruf Tunji Alausa, had initially fixed October 31st as the deadline for public universities to conclude the admission processes. This was reportedly intended to allow other tiers of tertiary institutions, including private universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and innovation enterprise institutions, to wrap up admissions before the overall closing date of December 31st, 2025. The board explained that decision was taken to stabilize the academic calendar and to ensure equitable access to admission slots across tiers of tertiary education in the country, directing institutions conducting post-UTME exams to complete the process on time to meet the 2025 admission deadlines. We'll be going on a quick break now, and we'll bring you the foreign news in detail later.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Now on the foreign scene, 8 OPEC Plus member countries, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman have agreed to implement a production adjustment of 137,000 barrels, per day, starting in December 2025, in response to what they described as steady global economic conditions and healthy oil production fundamentals. The decision was reached during a virtual meeting held on November 2nd, 2025, where the 8 countries reviewed market developments and assessed short-term outlooks stemming from the additional voluntary costs of 1.65 million BPD initially announced in April 2023. According to the joint statement, the participating members noted that the oil markets remains well balanced, with relatively low inventory levels indicating strong fundamentals, reflecting a proactive effort to maintain market stability and align supply with evolving global demand trends. Beyond December, the 8 countries reportedly agreed to pause production increments during January, February, and March 2026, citing seasonal factors that typically influence oil demand at the start of the year. Also, Donald Trump has played down the possibility of a U.S. war with Venezuela, suggesting that Nicolas Maduro's days as the country's president are numbered. He asked if the U.S. was going to war against Venezuela. The U.S. president said he doubts if there is a war possibility, lamenting that they have been treating them badly. Trump's comments come as the U.S. continues to launch strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean, as the administration says the strikes are necessary to stem the flow of drugs into the U.S. The president rejected suggestions that the U.S. action was not about stopping narcotics, but aimed at ousting Maduro, a longtime Trump opponent, saying it was about many things. According to reports, about 64 people have been killed by U.S. strikes in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific since early September, with Trump adding that a single boat that was shot down kills 25,000 on drugs, destroying families all over the country. And now to sports, Erling Haaland struck twice as Manchester City defeated Bournemouth 3-1 to climb to second place in the Premier League, cutting the gap to leaders Arsenal to 6 points. Pep Guardiola's side bounced back from their first loss in 10 games at Aston Villa this season. The Norwegian was reportedly back to his ruthless best against in the form Cherries, taking his league tally to 13 goals. And Bournemouth thought they had made a dream start after just 46 seconds when Ellie John Kirby found the net, but the teenager's efforts was ruled out for offside. City responded by taking control, and in the 17th minute, Haaland opened the scoring while Ryan Cherky's clever header released him on halfway as the striker coolly slaughtered George Petrovic for a typically clinical finish. And now to end the news, Lamine Yamal and Marcus Rashford struck for Barcelona as they earned a 3-1 win over Elche in La Liga on Sunday to bounce back from the last weekend's Clásico defeat. Ferran Torres was on target for the Catalan Giants, who moved back into second place to trail leaders Real Madrid by 5 points. Barca reportedly continued to struggle in defense, with Elche had chances to cause an upset, scoring through Rafa Mir, with the striker also twice hitting the woodwork. Now, according to reports, Hansi Flick's Barca have failed to keep a clean sheet in 6 consecutive league games in the midst of an injury crisis. The champions were missing Rafinha, Pedri, and Joan Garcia, among others, but were able to bring Robert Lewandowski and Dani Olmo following spells out of action. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Keep watching BDTV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions?
Good afternoon and welcome to Style Spotlight on bdtv. This is the show where we shine a light on founders who are turning bold ideas into impactful businesses. On today's episode, we uncover an inspiring journey from small beginnings to big impact, the agri-tech story of Bridge Merchants. My name is Gloria Brown, and joining me to explore this exciting journey is Chinwendu Winke. She is the founder and CEO of Bridge Merchants, an agri-tech enterprise dedicated to reducing post-harvest waste and improving farmer livelihoods across Nigeria. Chinwendu Winke, welcome to Stardust Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
And by the way, you look so fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me kick things off by starting with this question. What gave birth to Bridge Merchants, and what really inspired you to take this journey?
Okay, so thank you so much. I have a background in geology, and during NYSC I had the opportunity to serve in a very large farm, and I served as a farm supervisor, and under me I had about 120 workers, and most of them were small-scale smallholder farmers. And it looked like they were facing a bigger problem from their own lens. So we were part of a very big startup, who was an agricultural startup. And they were farmers who had their farms, and these farms had issues in terms of wastes. So after NYSC, I just decided it was something that I had to do because it was way bigger than me. It's actually a privilege to be able to solve a problem that is way bigger than me, way bigger than the economy of Nigeria. Even looking at it from a broader scale is actually a very important aspect of the world. So that was actually what led to me starting up Bridge Merchant Enterprise. So we looked at it in a way, how could we help smallholder farmers, people who are actually planting? Because when you look at finished crops, it's not just the finished crops. These are time or inputs of people with respect to time, their energy, water, resources. How would they get fair pricing? Where would they sell? What market is actually fit for them? And that's actually what led to us starting Bridge Merchant Enterprise. We're just looking to solve waste in the agricultural sector and making sure that produce leave the farm and get to who needs them. And that's what we do.
Thank you. So when you're answering the questions, focus on me. Like me and you, when having the conversation, so it's going to be fun.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So from the question you answered, obviously you spoke about passion, because passion was part of the reason why you actually embarked on this journey. So let's talk about it for some time. What role does passion play in sustaining a startup? What role does it play?
Okay, so I believe that having a startup is not a walk in the park.
Yeah.
And if you don't have passion, I don't think it's something that would keep you. There are challenges that you would go through, that you face as a startup founder. It's your passion that would keep you there. Because you're passionate about what you want to solve, you have a vision. So you're not supposed to just have passion. You're supposed to be able to translate your passion to a vision. Cast the vision on a team. Yeah. Make sure the team is able to take on that vision, and then you can run with it. If you don't have passion, if it's just something you want to do for money, okay, what happens when you lose all the money? What happens when you get a challenge that is way bigger than you? Passion is just what will keep you in those tough times, and that's how you transcend times and challenges.
I like the fact that you spoke more about passion, and then you said challenges. So what are the top challenges you faced when you started out, and how did you overcome them? Because I know when starting up is a big ordeal, going through different challenges.
Yeah, so one of the major issues everybody in agri-tech will tell you is that trust is actually a problem.
Oh, trust.
Right, yeah. So I know some people come out and be like, oh, it's finance. Yeah, finance is a problem there, but for you to work very well in the agribusiness sector, farmers want to be able to trust you. Your customers want to be able to trust you. Your clients want to be able to trust you. The sector is already so messed up because people have had bad experiences. So we started, in as much as I was a lady, I started very young. I think I was like 22 or 21 when I started. So I was just off the university and it was very young. So I had issues with trust in terms of people wanted to know if they could trust you with their product. They wanted to know if you were going to fulfill whatever promise you gave to them. And the second issue I had when I started off was I was a lead and I was a young lady. And because of the space was like kind of, or is kind of male dominated, when I get into a rural community and I'm like, oh, we do this, people at that point did not want to interface with me, right? So what I did, I know the Bible say wisdom is profitable to direct. So I had someone on my team who was a guy, who was a man, and was a little bit advanced than me. So most of the times when I would enter into a community, I would flaunt him first as the face of the business, right? Because they wanted to deal with men. But over time, when they now notice, this is the Oga, and they're like, oh, is this your Oga? Then it means they now want to have transactions with you. But at the beginning phase, the whole gender thing was a problem. I was a young lady who are you to come and tell me that what I'm doing is not wrong. I've been doing this thing for years. You can't come and tell me this specification. Because when you're dealing with produce, we don't just deal with produce buying from them. We want to make sure they are giving us quality food. How good is your product, right? So when we tell them, oh, we don't buy this specification, you need to maybe dry it a little bit more. And they tell you, oh, you just came in, who is this woman talking to me and all that. So those two things were one of the major things that I faced. And for me to be able to cross over that, what we did was we built credibility over time. The easiest way to shut someone off is to tell them or to show them how good you are. So over time, they noticed with us, payment wasn't a problem, right? They had faced issues with payment from middlemen. Payment wasn't a problem. So once they transacted with you the first time and their payment came in 24 hours, everybody wants to bring goods to you. So that's how we were able to transact.
Since 2020, your journey in the agri-tech has skyrocketed remarkably. You're doing so well. At what point did you walk into this milestone? At what point in your journey did you say, okay, now I'm in the stage where everything is working so fine? From 2020 to 2025, it's a really long time coming.
So I don't know, the startup founders say things are working so fine.
You guys never agree, right?
Because we faced various challenges. But for milestones, okay, as a startup, we've had various challenges. But I think after 2020, during COVID, that was when we knew that we were actually doing something that was a big deal. It started off traditionally. There was no tech involved. It was just me, my team, going to some rural communities, trying to get produce and connecting to people who wanted to buy. But 2020, we had to sit back and we were like, oh, so if the world could shut down, but food is important, how do we move from being traditional? And that's where we came up with developing a tech solution to make it very seamless, right? I think it was 2020 that was like the benchmark for us. 2020 was like, you can actually do business without having to be there traditionally. And that's when we knew that there was an avenue for us to pivot from where we were to where we wanted to be. And if you wanted to create impact, how many times can my team people travel from one place to another in Nigeria? There are some places in Calabar that you have to take 3 hours, 5 hours drive from one local government to another local government. What's the amount of impact you can actually generate if it's just you and your team? But if you make it bigger than you, incorporate technology, make your process very seamless, your impact will actually just 10x. And that's actually what we do.
Before I move over to the next question, when you were talking about the challenge and how you were able to overcome them, you made mention of the gender-based issue, you understand? And we have a lot of females or women out there who are looking forward to step into this agri-tech journey, just like you've already started. How can they overcome it? You said in your own case, there was a guy you were already fronting. Yeah. So what are the ways you feel like women looking forward to come into this business, how can they tackle that challenge?
Okay, so when I started, I didn't know a lot of things. If I had known what I know now, I don't think I would have faced what I faced, right? So I would always tell people that there's power in community, there's power in learning, right? The ecosystem is more, the more the years are coming, the ecosystem is becoming more friendly to women, right? People are now giving more emphasis on women in tech, women in agriculture, women in circular economy, women in fintechs. The society and the community is just making it easier for them. So what I would say is, if you are looking to come in, yes, there are challenges, but you will thrive well in communities. You will thrive well with having a mentor. Right, I didn't have that. I actually did not think about that. I was just thinking about a problem, a solution, trying to just hit it on. But if you have a mentor, it makes it easy for you. right? Because you're not starting from the basis. You're not starting from the floor. You're starting on the experience of someone who has been in the sector. And they can actually just help you navigate things that actually will take you a longer time to navigate. So if you're coming in, you're welcome. We need you. But then please, get a mentor, learn as much as you can learn, take as many courses as you can take, and build relationships. I think that would help.
How did technology helped? What role did technology play in the success of this journey for you?
Yeah. So technology helps in scaling impact, right? We can do something over and over traditionally, but like I said, how far can you go with that? How many persons can you reach? You can try to sell something traditionally to 1,000 persons in 1 year. With technology, you can meet 1,000 persons in 2 days. We now have tools that are making it easier for us. You have your social media space, you have a web platform. It's even funny how just having a single page website can increase productivity for you. So we're no longer in that area where people would want to just do traditionally. Why stay small when you can be actually big? I would say why be the whole body of an ant where you can be a leg of an elephant, right?
Yeah.
So it helps you. It just helps you scale, meet milestones, have more impact. Even your revenue, it affects your revenue, right? If you would sell one piece of clothes in 1 day, with technology you can sell 10, 100 in 2 days, in 1 day. It affects every single thing about your process. And I think that's actually what most entrepreneurs should look towards.
In Nigeria and Africa at large, how do you see agri-tech shaping the food security we have in Africa and in Nigeria?
So Africa has 40% of the world arable land. The beautiful thing about where we are right now is the fact that we are now aware. We have a demography of people who are aware of the problem. So it means, because the first point in solving any problem is being aware of the problem. So we know that food security is a major issue. And because we are aware that food security is not just on the farmer's end, it's having a connected value chain. So there are a whole lot of problems along the value chain. First of all, in Nigeria, we have a very decentralized, disconnected agricultural value chain, right? And if you look at people in the agri-tech sector now, they are trying to see ways to connect these solutions for farmers, right? And make it easier for them to be able to access these solutions, right? So in the next couple of years, we're really looking, like, let's take for instance mechanization, right? If you look at the tractor ratio in Nigeria, very low. If you go to a first world country, they don't have issues with mechanization in agriculture. And if you check the impact of mechanization on the agricultural system, food is produced. I tell people, food security is not just availability of food. It's availability and affordability of food. That you have it in Benue State, is it affordable to people in Lagos State? If you go to Benue State, food, you go there, you see a basket.
The prices are
totally different, right? They beg people to buy because of our disconnected value chain. We should not just focus on primary. We're supposed to focus on primary, secondary, and tertiary. The primary people who are planting it, how to make life easy for those farmers, right? How to make sure that we're increasing their trainings, increasing their production, their yields. For the people in the secondary, make infrastructure easier for them to access. It's very, you'll be shocked that with just good road, what it would do for agriculture. I'll give an example. We had a contract and we're supplying Dufil, cassavas from Kwara State. And when you supply cassavas, right, the specification around it is it must be sent to the factory at most 48 hours after uprooting. Because the reason why they are buying cassava is first for starch, right? And the starch needs to be at least 14, 18%. And I did all this fine. So on my end, everything was good. I made sure they uprooted. Immediately the truck got to the farm. That was when we did the uprooting. We were loaded the same day and the truck hit the road. But on the way to the factory where we were supposed to supply the company, the processing company that was buying from us, They met a very bad road and they stayed there for 2 days. By the time the cassava had gotten to the factory, the starch percent was 8. If not that we had a very good relationship, because we had been supplying them for a while, so they knew the quality of the specification. The amount we had a loss on that particular truck, but I could imagine what other people were going through. This is cassava. We're actually playing in the grain sector, and we just added a little bit of tubers. What about people doing perishables? Who cannot even afford simple cold trucks to be able to convey these things in the best and the healthiest condition from the farm to the market, or from the farm to the consumer, the last. So these are things we look forward to. So we look forward to an Africa or in Nigeria where all these things are in place, and then we can do the work, because we can only try our best. We need a lot of interventions from the government, from private sectors, because we cannot only, it's a big problem, right? The government would only assist, and that's why we're there as the private sector to actually do the work. So
moving on to the next question, of which I feel you're already moving to the next question yourself already. In this regard, you've made mention of some ways that the government can actually help, like fixing boundaries and all that. What major roles can government and stakeholders support to help agri-tech startups, most especially startups? You understand? Yeah. What role do you think they can help in supporting agri-tech startups in Nigeria?
So I think they're supposed to zero in. Like, we have a lot of persons, if you check the news, people talk about agriculture, but they don't talk about agriculture as much as they talk about crude oil.
Yeah.
Right? So I think there's a whole lot of zeroing in that needs to be done on this sector. This sector is a massive sector. Before we had a crude oil, our economy was actually balancing on agriculture. And when you look at what we can produce as a nation, the amount of things we even export, right? You see, cocoa right now is at about 9.7 million. The last one we kind of supplied was 9.7 million a ton. But people who are actually exporting cocoa are not making as much as people who are actually producing finished chocolate bars, right? We only have a very few companies in Nigeria who are actually Nigerian-owned brand that are connecting or changing our cocoa into. We need a whole lot of support for these persons. Because if you support these agri-tech startups, you're creating more jobs.
Maybe we need to shine a very big light.
We need to zero in on the agricultural aspect. I know it is a whole lot of conversation happening around it, but we need policies that would help us more. We need communities. We need to sit down sometimes and we need to have these roundtable meetings sometimes, and let agri-tech people tell you what they are facing, so you know what to solve. Because you can be trying to solve a problem on your end and you don't really understand what we are going through, right? So we need roundtable meetings. People should come in and tell you how it is for us, so you know how we can actually access loans. We need the government or large corporate organizations to come in and maybe subsidize some things for us. Logistics is a big problem. Logistics is a big sector in the agricultural sector. Logistics is one sector, but logistics in the agricultural sector is another one, because sometimes those people don't even understand the urgency of what you're actually lifting. A truck driver will tell you, I take 4 days on the road. There's nothing you want. But if that truck stays on the road for 4 days, 50% of the tomatoes you're moving from the north will go back. Yeah. So how do we correlate these things? I was talking to somebody who told me that in their country, the government provides trucking units for agricultural startups to actually rent or take a lease at a very subsidized rate. You get, right? So we're not saying they will do everything for us, but we're saying that there are little things they can do that will be enablers for us. And when those things come in place, it just skyrockets what we do. It just makes the little efforts, plenty results kind of transaction for us.
Thank you so much, Yinke. We'll take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More insights are coming your way on Startup Spotlight. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's still Startup Spotlight, and if you're just joining us, you're right in time for the best part of the conversation. So what do you think about the agri-tech business for people who wants to go into it for the gains, for the profits? You know, they say there's money in agriculture.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people talking about how you can make big gains, big profits. What do you have to say to people who are just seeing the gains from the start?
Something will take you in. When you get in, you see what is inside. It's not always about money, right?
Yeah.
So I've come to notice that for most businesses, right, it can be good on paper until you get into the field. So if you're going to come in for the gains, you're welcome. We still it's still a way to get the problem solved, right? But on the long run, you will need a whole lot of expertise. You need a lot of expertise. I know people who will tell you, no, I can't do that. I can't do agriculture because I've lost a lot of money in agriculture. Yes, people come into agriculture and lose money. But then, before you get into a sector, you need to understand the sector. You need to make sure that you know what you're going in. One very small mistake in agriculture will cost you a lot of money. It might be happening in other sectors. I can't speak for that, but I'll speak from a sector that I know, right? So you need to be sure that what you have on paper is what is going to translate. When you enter the field, is what you're going to see in the field. Because most times, what you have on paper is not
different from what you're going to see.
Different things. Because we have a lot of other factors that would play. And there are a whole lot of uncertainties in the agricultural sector. People call the agricultural sector a high-risk sector. And that's why sometimes it's really hard for us to access finance. Because when you go to the bank, it's high risk. They need other organizations to be able to show that a little bit of the burden of the risk so that they can actually be able to lend out money to people in the agricultural sector. So if you're coming for the game, we still get the job done. We need the food to get to people, right? But then you need a lot of expertise. You need to calm down, check what you're doing. Know that you have a lot of other things that would cushion whatever effect you're going to be on the field, and I think you'll be good.
Bridge Merchants has expanded into exporting agriculture by product. As the CEO and the founder of Bridge Merchants, what strategies has helped you break into this market? Because for me, it's a big one.
Yeah, so thank you. Talking about agricultural byproducts, I think the sector is just really opening up for us in Nigeria. A lot of places have been there, but it actually has been low-key prior to now, right? So we have farmers. So let's talk about byproducts. Byproducts like palm kernel shell, right? We have people who have palm kernel shell that you don't know what to do with it, but these are exportable products that can actually translate into funds of finance for the farmers, and also meet production, help production in bigger companies, right? Because some companies use it for biofuel as an alternative fuel, as an alternative option for fuel, right? So what's helped us, strategies that helped us, we did a whole lot of research on trends, right? Because right now everybody's talking about carbon credits, how to minimize greenhouse and carbon effects and all that. So these are ways that you'll be able to see how to get into this thing. You have to get check for what you want, how accessible are these things, get a ready market for it. Because if you have it and you don't have a buyer, make sure your buyer is credible. Because one thing about the export market is credibility. You can be talking to somebody who says it's in Dubai, and when you export things to Dubai, the buyer zones out on you. I've had friends who had this issue, right? I'll give an example. So I had a friend who wanted to export hibiscus, and we supplied him the hibiscus. So I do local in terms of real products, right? And then because we have exporting partners, we supplied them, and he was talking to a buyer who wanted 6 containers of hibiscus. And he was like, oh, we have not dealt before. Let's start from 1. He exported that container to Dubai, and he got to the ports, and he didn't find, the person did not go to claim it.
Wow.
That was almost a 50 million naira loss on a container for him. The
really?
container entered demurrage, and he needed to clear it, so he decided he was going to recall it back to Nigeria and auction it at a very, very, very low price. So these are things you look out for. So know the product you're getting, how accessible the product is. Get a buyer, get a credible buyer, and watch trends. When I say watch trends, the commodity market is fluctuating. Today it might be up, tomorrow is down. So you don't want to buy at an expensive price, and tomorrow you have to sell at a very low price. So these are things you check, and then I think you'll be good if you're looking towards that line of business.
Quickly, before we move closer to the last questions, where do you see Bridge Merchant in 5 to 10 years, and how do you plan to scale up to whatsoever answers you're about to give to me now?
Yeah, so in 5 to 10 years, currently now we are actually working with 10,000 smallholder.
Wow, really?
Looks like a lot, but the vision is bigger. We're looking to hit at least 500,000 smallholder farmers just in Nigeria. In 5 to 10 years, we want to be we believe would be a leading ag tech firm in Nigeria that is working with smallholder farmers, increasing their livelihood, reducing post-harvest waste. And we're also looking to expand to other West African countries because we've noticed that our model is actually a very, very good model. Our model is customer-centric, focused on smallholder farmers, but we're also using technology and a human framework to make sure that farmers adopt this thing. Because, like I will tell people who want to get into the agri-tech space, you create a mobile solution or a platform or something. What's the guarantee that people would actually adopt it? If you don't have a human approach to those solutions, then I don't think you would have a very good adoption rate. So we're looking to scale to other West African countries, create at least 50,000 jobs, because right now we work with about 1,300 agents, and that's like a very good one. Bridge Merchant's model is an agent-centered model. So we've looked at the terrains and we noticed that most of the other West African countries have similar environments, and it will be actually easy for us to just scale to those places.
Amazing. Yeah. Finally, what advice will you give to startup founders who are looking forward to step into the agri-tech space, but they don't know how to start, or some of them, they're having fears because they are scared to make mistakes and all that? What advice can you give to them?
So I tell people, I think fear is normal.
Even
we that were doing it, we still have fears as well, right? So when you get scared, just do it anyway. Start up anyway, right? And when you start up, you would have to leverage on partnerships. There's no point in doing this stuff alone. How far can you go without partnerships, right? Leverage on partnerships. Try to build relationships. Focus on, make sure that the solution you're bringing is not just a solution. It's a customer-centered solution. Build a solution with the customer in mind. Whoever the customer is. Maybe it's the farmers, maybe it's the processors, maybe it's people, drivers who are logistic partners. Build them in mind so that you'll be able to, so that you're actually addressing a real pain point. Make sure you're solving a real problem. Problem that when you talk to people, you don't need 2 hours to tell them you're solving a problem. Once you tell them, they know it's a problem, and actually they need a solution for that problem, right? And for you as a founder, I think you have to have passion, and then you have to have patience, and you need resilience. Resilience because challenges will come. Patience because everything worth it takes time. I know when you get into this space, you see people, oh, this person is doing this person. If you check back, the result you're seeing is years of input. And whatever stage you're starting from is absolutely fine. Just know that you've developed a pathway to where you want to get to. And with consistency. Consistency is the watchword. You cannot leave the job today and tomorrow you come back. You will not have the same effect with the person who has been on that job for a long period of time. And I think we need you. The problem is too much. We are just need to solve it. And there's space for everybody in the ecosystem. We need you guys. We need a lot of solutions. We need a lot of partnerships. And we're looking forward to having you with us.
Passion, patience, resilience, and consistency, like I said, are the keys to overcoming those fears and then step into the bold reality of agri-tech space. Thank you so much, Chiwendu Winke, for sharing such an inspiring story of Bridge Merchants.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this is where we wrap it up today on Startup Spotlight. Thank you for tuning in with us and staying with us to the end. My name is Glory Brown, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Until next time, keep watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and on this episode we have someone that's exciting, that is interesting, and she's doing something that not too many people are really looking into now. It's something that has spread across the globe, but in Nigeria is still slowly moving into it. But she has gone in there and she's taking absolute control. You do not want to miss it. Just keep your eyes glued, keep your ears glued, and let's go there. Hello, Chinwe Udo Davis, Mrs.
Yes, well.
So it's nice to be here and to have this conversation with you. So we'll just jump straight into it.
Okay.
So we'd like to know, you've moved from HR leadership roles in companies like Schneider Electric, Green Elect to founding installer. How did your upbringing and early career shape the leader you are today?
Well, let me start by thanking you. Thank you for having me on the show. Very exciting, and thank you for showing an interest in the work I do. Okay, so how did my upbringing shape me and how I found myself? That's quite an interesting question, and sometimes I actually also reflect because I've sort of switched. Like, how did I stumble upon the work I do today? Someone asked me, what's a nice lady like you do with solar installation?
Nice lady.
What's a nice lady like you do? Why are you interested in solar and solar installation? So I think, yes, upbringing has a lot to do. So I was born and raised in the Niger Delta. Right? A lot of energy poverty, a lot of youth unemployment, a lot of youth agitation, right? Growing up, all forms of poverty, financial poverty, energy poverty. I was raised by a single mom. My mom and her sisters, they're like my first community. So I think it's always struck something, right? Because I've just seen women and young people struggle for some level of empowerment in one way or the other. My mom herself was a self-taught woman, a woman who self-empowered and ensured that her children will have an education, and it's based off that education I've had that I do what I do today. So I think really it's it's seeing all of these things growing up that is sparking a drive somewhere in me.
So how has this affected your role shaped your role as a leader?
As a leader, yeah. So I think it's shaped me because I want to do something about it. I want to contribute. I want to, not just also see it and not contribute in solving the problem. So this is why at Installer we do the Install Her initiative. It's really empowering young girls, showing young women how to earn in the green economy. So how can you take yourself out of energy poverty, out of financial poverty? So I would say yes. So that's why I do some of the things I do today, and that's why I'm the type of leader. I work, my entire staff are young people. I work with a lot of Gen Z people, and I think it also stems from me wanting, to, when I say also pay forward, teach other people, empower in a little way as well. So it's shaped me to be that leader that also want to pull other people up as well.
So what's one small, maybe overlooked habit or trait that says a lot about how you run teams and companies?
Maybe resilience.
Resilience.
Yeah. I think I'm a very resilient person. I think I'm very resilient. And that shows in every single thing I do. I don't give up. I'm someone that never gives up. So once I want to do something, I will achieve it. That one you can take it to the bank. Now this project, we're gonna, bring it to life. And I mean, when I started Install, I was very difficult as well. But the power of resilience, the way I manage my team, sometimes it's also difficult, building this. But yeah, we keep going. So I think resilience has been the one thing that has kept me going, not giving up. Not giving up, yeah.
With Installer now training hundreds of solar technicians and driving gender inclusion through InstallHer, do you feel you're at a defining crossroads in your career or just at the beginning of something bigger?
We're just starting a BDK. Yes, I mean, when you look at what we've done in two, and we're not 3 years exactly yet, it looks like we've done a lot. But the truth is, we're actually just starting. And when I tell my team, they look at me like, "Oh, this woman, you're crazy! Like all this work we've been doing." I know. I say no. We're just starting.
It's almost like that when they say the reward of hard work is
more work. Absolutely, that's so true. We're just starting, so we're not we haven't even scratched the surface of what we want to do and the potential of what we're building and the impact that we want to have. I would say the last 2 years we've just been setting the stage, understanding the processes and everything. So now the model has been proven, the concept is there. We know that we've built something that people want. So we're just starting. We're just getting started.
So while you are starting, or since you say you have get started, when you launched Installer, solar adoption was growing, but the workforce gap was widening. Can you take us to a moment when it felt like the whole idea might not work, and what pulled you through?
I think everyone thought I was crazy. I was a lone voice. It felt like the lone voice in the wilderness. Talking about people and jobs, because you see in the solar sector and the clean energy sector as well, there's a lot of investment we see coming in from the global north. I mean, this year alone, I think over almost, I stand to be corrected with the numbers, but I know about $500 billion have been invested this year alone in clean energy globally. And a chunk of that is coming to, a large chunk of that comes to Africa because over 600 million people on the continent is still without electricity. So we see a lot of investment going into the technology. We see a lot of investment going to financing, giving people loan to buy the technology. So when I started talking about the workforce, preparing the workforce, because the question I kept asking, who will climb the roof? Who will climb the roof? So the equipment would not install themselves, right?
No, they won't.
And as a continent, we didn't even prepare for the future, which is now upon us. Educational, the institutions are not graduating solar. I don't know of any institution that teach, maybe one or two just started. They haven't even graduated. We don't have very formal technical institutes training solar, maybe just a handful. So the closest we had are technicians parading themselves as solar installers. They have the basic competence, but that's not all that is required. So when I started talking about green jobs, the people, and how the power of the sun can create employment on the African continent, people kept looking like, what's she talking about? Tell us about buying solar battery. Tell us about the battery, the panel, the money. So now we're beginning to see reports coming, from World Bank, from IRENA, from ILO. Everyone is now seeing that, actually, so there are reports talking about green jobs, how green jobs can create over 5 million jobs on the continent by 2030, empowering women. So now people are understanding, that's what she was talking about 3 years ago. So I've always known it will work. I was just waiting for people to get to where. So it was like I'd seen the future ahead, right? Because I've lived this thing. I've lived this experience. I've worked in 2 solar multinationals, and I saw the gap. It didn't make sense how solar companies assess workforce. And I knew that we didn't have the people. So it was just a matter of time. So what pulled me through was time. I knew that in a matter of time, people will all come to my side. Yeah, I was standing alone on that field, but I knew
that people come and meet
you. People will come and meet me there. I just knew. So that was what kept me going.
You've worked inside big corporations and now run a lean, fast-moving startup.
Yeah.
What belief from your corporate career do you have to let go of to succeed as a founder?
So I think comfort. Comfort, right? I mean, I was a C-level. I was already at C-level. This is even what? Far back as 50 years ago, I was already in C-level, right? Had every comfort working in a corporate multinational can give to you. So I had to let that go. But you know what, OBDK, if you had actually asked me 5 years ago if I was going to be an entrepreneur, I would have told you no. Yeah, in fact, if you had even asked me 4 years ago, I'll probably tell you no. Because I always thought I would retire, in some global position, in some high C-level position, retire maybe to the south of France or something. I never knew that something else was waiting, on the other side for me. But really, I enjoy the work I do. So I had to let go of comfort to do this. When we started, I was bootstrapping, so it meant I was using my savings to start this, to pay salaries. Even my husband thought I was crazy. He was like, "This so she doesn't know be village you do," because especially in a country like Nigeria where we founders don't even get a lot of support, right? And it felt like, why would you now use the money you've saved to come and come into this uncertain industry? You're also talking about something new. It's not like there's a ready market. You have to create the market as well. So letting go of comfort was something I had to do, but I was very sure that was going to work. 100%. I was sure it was going to work.
Okay. Was there a point in this journey, fundraising, partnerships, or scaling, when you thought about giving up? What made you stay the course?
Yeah, very. I was tempted a couple of times. So at the beginning, we even needed to prove the model.
Okay, you had to prove the model.
We needed to prove the model because we were introducing an entirely new model to it, and even an up-and-coming sector as well, right? Getting both the solar companies and the workforce to even see that a gig model can work in Nigeria in solar. It had never been done. In fact, I don't even think it's been done anywhere else. So gig models have worked in other sectors, but not necessarily in solar, and for something as technical as solar installation. So we needed to prove the model. We needed to convince both installers and companies that it would work. We needed to even design that process that would make it work. So the entire process of how the platform, when we assembled our tech team, explaining to them what we even needed them to build, right? We needed to design all of that. We needed to think about it. How will it work? How would you make a solar company in Lagos feel comforted to give out their installation in a Sokoto to you and they are not there on site? How would you make that work, right? So a couple of times it was difficult. A couple of times even articulating that journey. So we had to even, redesign the process a couple of times, because you redesign, you go to the field, you see a gap, you go back again, we did all of that. So a couple of times we thought about giving up, but what kept us going was the impact we started doing, making even from day one. So even from the moment we were piloting, even from pilot phase, we were already beginning to identify rural installers in rural Nigeria who otherwise no one would have even known they were there. Right? Yeah. How would a solar company based in Lagos know that there's a solar installer in Boko Haram near Sambisa Forest? That there's a guy that actually knows how to do solar installation other than our platform. So because at the same time as we're building, we're beginning to even recruit installers to even know that, okay, where are the qualified installers in Nigeria? Where are they? Let's put them on a map. Okay. So even that process, they were even excited to be found, right? They were even, we were already getting the feedback about, how they are getting visibility on our platform and they're able to earn, so that kept us going. I think even by this time we had grown the database to maybe about 700 and we did a survey feedback. Just hearing the excitement, we're like, okay, we cannot disappoint these people. We have to keep going. We have to keep going. That rural farmer who, because our installers, someone we have identified is in her community and is able to easily take a solar installation to her. That rural pharmacy in one rural place that we had installed a freezer so their vaccine can be kept safe. That woman that sells a cold drink or a fish seller, those were the kind of impacts we were beginning to see. Because the truth is, most of the solar companies are based in the cities.
Yes.
Even when they make an effort to go the first time to a rural Nigeria to do an installation, they would not go a second time to maintain those systems because it's not profitable for them. It doesn't make sense. So this is the strength of the network we're creating, because it means the solar installer can, on our platform, reach out to the solar company on our platform will reach the solar installer who can then help them take their solution to the person that needs it in the community. And I think it just solves a lot of problems, both for the companies, we're creating jobs for the installers, and clean energy is actually taken to the people that actually need it and is maintained and is sustained, at the same time. It's just an amazing model.
So you've often described the installer as Uberizing the solar workforce.
Yep.
What key strategy helped you prove this model could work in Africa's toughest economic climate?
Yep. I think, this is exactly what we're doing. A key strategy for us is the vetting, the way we vet the installers. So it's like an Uber, right? The driver. So you go on you book a ride on your Uber app and a driver shows up. You know that Uber has vetted his driver. They vetted his vehicle. That's why you'll be comfortable to go into the car. And because there's a strength of a technology, if you lose something in that car, if you forgot your phone or something, chances are you get it back because the driver knows he can be traced. There is evidence. This is exactly what we're building, what we have built at Installer. So the way we vet our technicians is very important, because this is how we're guaranteeing the level of work, the quality of work that will be done. And the fact that we've also built this platform, that's our own Uber platform, right, where we're connecting solar company and solar installers, and companies can remotely monitor their projects on our platform. So the key strategy there, even though I shouldn't give away too much.
You don't have to give away too much.
The key strategy there is in the vetting. Ensuring that the people who come through, in fact, within the team, we joke sometimes to say, This is like passing through the needle eye. The only thing we don't ask them is for their DNA and their blood samples, because we do proper due diligence on
It's
them.
very important.
Yeah, and also it helps us identify their skill gap.
Okay,
So we
so
also
that's
know
when
how to cover those gaps. What type of trainings do they need as well? Yeah.
As a founder, there are always tough choices about what to delay or decline. What's one no you've been postponing and why?
Okay, so I think in the last so from the moment we started acquiring customers, solar companies, and they tested the model and saw how it made their life easy, how we were able to help them save costs, cut out their project execution cost by at least 30 to 40%. We started getting the requests to come outside of Nigeria.
Other African countries?
Yes.
Wow.
Because don't forget, so most of the solar companies we work for have here in Nigeria have presence in maybe 12, 13, 15 other African countries. We'll be asked to come to the DRC, we'll be asked to come to Togo, we'll be asked to go to Senegal. They are all saying, oh, why don't you come? It's just a platform. Everybody started asking, and we kept pushing that off.
Okay.
But now we are actually beginning to work on that. Okay. So that was the one no. It was like, okay, we're just starting. We will calm down. Can we first do Nigeria and even understand, So yeah, so that was the one no. We came even my team, boss, we can do this thing. Let's just recruit some installers. We can do this. I'm like, no, it's not exactly like that. So that was the one no. But now that, especially now that we now have backing of international investors who are not only supporting us with money, but, with network, increasing our competence, where we think we're now at that point where we can do that. So we're actually now beginning to work on our East African expansion.
East Africa.
Yeah.
So you've trained over 700 solar technicians and completed more than 2,000 projects.
Yeah.
When the numbers or resources look tight, how do you balance optimism with the realism to keep your team motivated?
So I think right now there's no going back for us. There is no going back because, like I said before, we see the impact. So really, we're not really profitable, right? Because not yet, right? Because we take an agency fee between what the installers earn and because when we needed to start, at the point we needed to start, we really had to come in at a very low price margin because you're convincing people to try something. You cannot come with a high margin, right? So it's not like it's about money. It's not about the money, because if it's the money, we probably would have packed up and gone since. But it's the impact of our model, the jobs we're creating, the people that otherwise don't, because the truth is there are no jobs, right? But in our model where so basically what we're saying is a pool of solar companies can pay the salary of thousands of technicians at the same time. So it's like a contributory. So that way each solar company is paying less because they only pay for the time they use. So the number of jobs we create on our platform, I think when things get hard and we see that, it excites us. That rural woman who we have empowered through our Install Her. So our Install Her initiative is another very exciting thing, because there we train and we connect them to job placement immediately. We reach out to the ecosystem and say, okay, we've trained this girl for 3 weeks, absorb her for 1 year. So that's the model, is train and job placement. And we, in fact, even on Independence Day, I was at a solar company where they were having an event and I was a guest speaker. And I saw this girl, I was looking, I was like, I know you. Where do I know you from? And she's like, oh, mine is from Install Her Cohort 1. So this was our Cohort 1 we had done over 12 months ago. So the solar company we had placed her with, to do a job placement. She had finished her job placement, and they have retained her as a full-time employee. And so those type of things are the things that keep us going. When we analyze our data of the type of when we analyze the type of people we've even also taken solutions to, like I said before, fish sellers, rural farmers, cold drinks, people that their everyday needs come from that business that they are doing with that solar equipment. Even the CO2 emissions were taken out of the environment. That's another big part, because typically a solar company will move their workforce from one place to another. But now we're taking that out, right? That also excites us. Another thing that excites us is for the rural technicians, because you see, everyone is migrating to the city for job, because they feel is when they come to the city they will get a job. But on our platform, what we're saying is stay in your community. Work will find you there. I think that's quite powerful. And those are the type of things that, keep us going when it gets hard. Where we were like, we cannot, my team will say, we cannot disappoint these people. A lot of people now depend on us, on the thing, on what we're building. So that's really, 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 really gets us going, and it's very exciting. Yeah.
So if you knew you couldn't fail, what's the boldest move you would make for Africa's clean energy future? If you knew you couldn't fail, if you knew you had everything that you needed to execute and achieve, what's the boldest move you make?
I think this is the boldest move.
You don't feel there's any other thing that you've not started yet? Okay, you started talking about expanding to Africa, so that one is...
I think Uberizing the solar workforce is the boldest move, because what we're doing as well is we're building the largest database of clean workforce across Africa. I keep saying clean, not solar, because within clean is more than solar. So we've started on the solar side. There is more that we're going to do as well within clean, just ensuring that the planet is is sustainable. We're creating sustainable jobs. We're contributing to a more sustainable environment. And the goal for us is to build that platform to hundreds of thousands, right? And empower young people across Africa to earn in the green economy, because there is an economy growing and booming, right? It is up and coming, but it's potentially going to be 4 or 5 times oil and gas, for example, right? So this is what we're doing. We're trying to show young Africans there is something called a green economy, and you can play in that economy. So that's, I don't know what else can be bolder than that.
So if the next 5 years of your journey were a book chapter, what's the title and what's the story arc?
I think you got the title, Against All Odds. What are the odds? I think you got the title. That's probably what the title will be.
And what would the story arc be about?
I think you probably start with this girl in the Niger Delta, trekking to school, walking 3-4 kilometers to primary school, and has, from walking on the streets of Port Harcourt to school, that now have founded a startup. I think that's quite phenomenal, to be honest. And the way my trajectory has gone, it's sometimes I mean, how did I stumble upon tech? I don't even know, like...
I think it's just an amazing story generally. So for young men and women who want to break ground into the green economy, like you mentioned, what's one piece of advice you wish someone had given you before you started? Like somebody came and whispered in your ear, you'll have done this, or you'll have done that before you started?
So if I say there was one advice, it would sound as if I would have wished my journey had gone any other way. I think I would like the journey to be exactly how it's been, because I think it's every single experience. So right now, when I look back, like I said, I retrospect a lot. I see all the dots have connected. I see all the dots have connected. So advice, and I don't know if I could say it could be sooner. I think it's just perfect, just in time, right? Maybe it would have been okay. Maybe save more money, because
Save
this is
more
what you would
money.
do in the future. Keep money, because so maybe I would have been able to, to bootstrap a little bit longer, if I had more money. But to be honest, I mean, it's been tough, a lot of times. Growing up was not particularly, I joke sometimes, I was born with a silver spoon, but I lost the spoon. So, so it was not particularly rosy at some point. I remember when I was even doing my master's in the UK, I was working to pay my fees, my school fees, right? I see my friends now struggling to send money to their kids. And I'm like, why are your kids not working? Like, why are they not working? Like, today parents have to send everything, even accommodation, feeding. Like, I had to work to pay for every single thing. But I think those are the things that make you resilient, right? Those are the things that make you determined, because when you look back at how much you have worked, you are not going to give up.
No, at all.
Because you don't
you can't come this far and give up.
Exactly, you can't come this far and give up, right? Like, and then so I would not rewrite any of the story.
The only thing you say, you tell yourself to save more money.
Yeah, save more money, because so like I said, I never knew entrepreneurship, I think, called me. I didn't choose it chose me. So maybe if I had thought about it, to say, okay, so you know how every Nigerian wants to be a CEO. I was not one of those Nigerians, funny enough. I was not one of those Nigerians that dreamt that I will have my own company. No, I never had the ambition. My ambition was I would do a proper damn job, good job in that global organization, get paid, have one big position. This position where they pay literally everything for you, even holiday, nice apartments. That was what I thought would happen. So maybe if I had the ambition to be an entrepreneur, maybe I would have saved better. Maybe that would be the one advice.
Okay, so on a lighter note, before we wrap it up, what's one hidden talent that you have that maybe people don't really know about? And what do you do when you are not running a store? What do you do to relax? What do you do outside of work and all of that?
Talents. I think I have many talents, and I have also discovered them later on in life, right? So take for example, so I think one superpower I know I have is putting a process to the madness. So I come into a room, no matter how chaos it is, or I come into a situation, I know how to simplify things. That's the first superpower I have. Like it can be as crazy as it is. I look at it, I analyze it, and I can simplify it. And that, speaks to the work I do. I simplifying energy assets as well. Another thing is I also see that I learn and unlearn very quickly. So I am in my third career cycle now, right? Before, HR was not my first career. Okay. I don't know if you know. So I started my career, I studied French.
Okay.
Then I went into project management. I didn't like it. I was doing project management construction. I decided to
to do
switch my career and went back to school, studied human resources, and had a very thriving career in HR. And then now I'm building a clean tech company. I'm studying clean energy at Yale. I'm also studying technology now. So I see that I'm able to learn a lot and unlearn. I was talking to a group of engineers this morning, and they were like, madam, where did you study engineering? I said, French I studied. I didn't study engineering, but I can explain the entire solar system, the technology. I can actually teach it if I want to. So I think that's a talent I have, being able to learn and understand. But I think it's also beyond talent. It's because naturally I like to be 110% in everything I'm doing. Even if I'm going to sell pure water, I want to sell the best pure water. So I put that in everything I do. So if I can decide to be a surgeon tomorrow, you don't know, right? And I will be a good surgeon. I'm very sure of that.
But what do you do, like
to relax? My daughter was telling me the other day, I said, Mommy, you don't do anything for fun. You just walk. You're always walking. Mommy, you don't have, she was telling me, Mommy, you don't have any hobbies. You don't. And I looked at her and I'm like, you won't understand, right? So, because I'm working a lot, right? I'm running a startup. A lot is on me. I have a young family, right? I actually have toddlers. I jokingly tell people that I actually have 3 startups because I have installed and I have 2 boys.
Oh, wow.
They're under 3 years old, plus my 12-year-old as well. So between work, my kids, it's really impossible to find the time to do anything else. But what fortunately for me, today I think I've sacrificed social life. But fortunately for me, in the startup world, there's a lot of networking and start to work. So when I go for those networking events, I feel like I have hung out, even though it's work. So I think that, and there's a lot of travel. So the work entails a lot of travel as well. And I naturally enjoy traveling. So even though I've traveled for work, but that travel experience, I love it. And I think, but I try to, one way I distress, funny enough, is cooking. I love to cook, and I actually distress by cooking. Yes. So that helps. But other than, normally my normal self will be swimming. I like to swim, read. I have a lot of books, but I hardly have the
time to read because I always busy.
Yeah, but I started listening to podcasts though.
Better.
When I can do morning walks, I listen to.
So you will listen to our podcast when you start.
I will.
This is where we wrap things up.
Right.
And this question is something that I always find interesting to, hear the response. The Chinwe that started working in Watford Football Club years ago, what would surprise her if she sees the Chinwe now?
So I think a big surprise is that I actually run a tech company today. I don't know how that happened.
So Chinwe of Watford will be like, how did I switch to tech?
I know, I studied French. I was named the Female Tech Innovator of 2025.
Wow.
By the African Climate Tech. How did, when they said, I wasn't even there, funny enough, right? So this happened in Nairobi.
Okay.
I was actually in Singapore for another event. And they were, I was like, okay, what are the odds that someone who studied foreign languages, right, is now a female tech innovator? It's like a lot of times I think about it, I don't know how it happened. But of course, it's not a mistake, right? I think that's the power of your mind.
True.
If you're able to think about it and actually put in the work, I think you can bring anything to life. Yeah. I think that's actually a very big surprise to me. So I'm managing, I'm a solo founder now. I'm managing tech people. So when they come to tell me one thing, I say, people should not confuse
Break it
me.
down.
Don't speak tech and confuse me. This platform, this is what I want it to do. Is it doing it? Yes or no? Right? So yeah. So we're, and really the technology we have today, I drew it with pen and paper. I drew the entire process and told the tech people, this is what I want you to build. And this is what I want this platform to do. And it's happening. It's working. Solar companies are using it. We have 1,300 installers onboarded on that platform. We're expanding that platform now to have a web app. I am designing that a mobile app. I'm designing it as well, right? We're also expanding that platform to have e-learning. So those remote installers can learn. They don't have to come to a physical place to learn. I am designing that process. We're also talking about e-commerce for solar. I am designing that process. Like, what are the odds, for crying out loud, right? So I think that's a big shock even to me. But like I said, it just proves that our mind is unbelievable.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Anything is absolute. And that's what I tell, young people whenever, I have the chance, like, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter your upbringing. It doesn't matter your background. It doesn't matter your education. It doesn't matter, oh, my mother had money, my father didn't have money. All of that does not matter. The most important thing is your mind, and how powerful and how much you believe in what you can do. When I started Install, I remember one of the first accelerator programs I had taken. It wasn't even an accelerator, like an incubator. Some of these programs that help you, articulate your ideas. I was told that my solution was not VC backable. Like, they told me, like, no, this thing, like, I told the lady, I said, don't worry, I know you don't understand what I'm talking about, right? So you also have to be convinced.
Yes.
Right? Your conviction should not be hinged on someone else. Right? When it's clear in your mind, because it was so clear in my mind, nobody could tell me otherwise. Right? And that's I think that's the power. That's all the power you need to be able to believe in what you're building. And I know it's going to be difficult, but if you believe and then you're putting in the work, you're doing, you're going one step at a time, you have your goals clear, I think the sky is not even the limit. Yeah.
Well, on that note, I would like to say thank you for welcoming us here and being a part of the Triumph Against Odds podcast.
Thank you.
So on that note, I would like to say thank you on my behalf and the behalf of all of us.
Thank you so much, OBDK.
Thank you for watching another episode of Triumph Against Odds. At this point, we come to the end of today's episode, but stay tuned because we still have more episodes coming up. And like we always say at Triumph Against Odds, always stay resilient. Thank you.
Yep.
In Lagos on October 11, 2025, some of the brightest minds in finance, banking, investments, and innovation gathered for a night of celebration and recognition. The occasion was the prestigious Banks and Other Financial Institution Awards, the BAFI Awards, organized by BusinessDay Media to honor the visionaries shaping Nigeria's economic future. From the red carpet to the main stage, the ambience was vibrant, filled with anticipation, applause, and the aroma of success. The evening celebrated those who had turned bold ideas into thriving enterprises and innovation into inclusion for millions of Nigerians. The awards highlighted one key message: leadership drives progress. Honorees and nominees were praised for transforming challenges into opportunities, financing small dreams, and redefining excellence through community empowerment and sustainability. OPay emerged a standout winner, bagging 3 awards, including Mobile Payment Solutions Provider of the Year.
I'm indeed excited to be here this evening and to have won 3 awards today. It just reflects that what we do is being seen, and we also appreciate our millions of customers out there who we strive to serve. We listen to them and we come up with innovative solutions and products to serve our customers. And that is what we try to do as a fintech in solving the gap that we've noticed in the environment we find ourselves. And of course, trust and safety of funds is key. And that is why we invested so much in coming up with several security features that will give our customers a lot of trust that they can go to bed, that their funds are safe in OPay. And we have done that very well, and the feedback we get is quite impressive. And we, like, even getting this award today indeed shows that we've done so well. So we thank BusinessDay, and we also thank our customers who we listen to. We thank our partners, and it's all about collaboration and partnership. OPay is always open to collaboration and partnership, and we are also open to work with other players in the financial services industry to see how we can jointly come up with more innovations to drive financial inclusion.
Coronation was named Best Registrars Company, while Zenith Bank took home the top honor as Bank of the Year.
Well, I feel good, very good actually. BusinessDay, an award from BusinessDay is a very good one. You know, this isn't the first time we've been here. We've received awards from BusinessDay several times in the past, and we're happy to see that we're very well recognized in the financial services industry.
So what are some of the steps that you think brought you to this juncture, receiving the BAFI Awards?
Service. We prioritize our clients. We always make sure our services are top-notch. Operationally, in the area of customer services, services overall, we serve the customers, so we always do everything we need to do to make sure we're at the forefront of that, and that's what brought us here today.
The awardees also applauded other winners and commended BusinessDay Media for recognizing excellence and driving growth in Nigeria's financial sector.
On behalf of my team, I want to say thank you once again for recognizing us, because it's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And I can confirm to you that we feel rewarded for that work that has been done you know, in terms of our mobile application and in advancement of our digital payments technology. So we feel very good, really, and we're excited.
So what are some of the steps that have helped you to arrive at this title that you were given today?
Okay, it's been an interesting journey. We moved from our mobile application 2.0 to 2.1. We've been able to add over 200 features to that, and it took us a lot of work to get there because we needed to involve customer experience, gather data. We had a lot of tests done across different devices, different strata, different level of customers and users. before we were able to revamp, and until we got to this stage. So it's been a lot of sleepless nights, really, if you understand. But it's rewarding today because we feel elated to have done this. And we give glory to God Almighty.
We at Lotus Bank continue to do the best that we can. Last year at the same event, we were honored with the award for Best Ethical Banking Leadership Award, and this year, we're honored with the Best Ethical and Financial Inclusion Bank of the Year. So it's actually an honor. We are very grateful. We continue everything we try to do. We continue to do it for our customers and continue to ensure that all of our processes and customer experience services are always top notch. So it's an honor, and we really appreciate Business Day for this award.
Well, it feels surreal because we've put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work, grunt work, especially the people at the tech department, the marketers, the product development officers and managers. It's been a lot of work. Everybody, the board itself has been very supportive. So just even getting nominated, it was a gratifying moment. It showed that people could see. We thought we were working in silence. We thought that, well, let's keep working in the next 2-3 years. And then the recognition came. And the recognition is disruptor, digital payments disruptor. And somebody said, disruptor, isn't that negative? I said, no, it's not negative. What it's saying is, watch out for these people. So it's humbling, it's gratifying, it's satisfying, and it simply says there's a lot more work to do. So we cannot rest.
Any recognition just makes us want to do more, so we feel good about it.
So Lotus Bank came in and changed the game. You're going to agree with that. For SMEs especially, and for people who want to just find a bank that they trust. So what are some of the steps that you took that led you to, receiving this award this night?
Okay, so we had a deliberate strategy. We start by accepting the fact that the SMEs are very important for economic growth, and we have to find a way to support them. We have deliberate strategy to support them. We have 4 areas that we look into. The first one, we do capacity development, where we bring them together, train them, do their working, and then we also give them access to finance. We also introduce them to opportunity to get funding, equity funding, so other than finance, which is bank loan, just people who are happy to put equity investment to help them grow. And then we give them access to markets as well. So these are the 4 areas that we help them. But that's in addition to the various products that we give them, like POS, what we call VPS. This is just make it easy for them to collect payments all the time.
I feel recognized, I feel honored, and I'm very happy.
So what are some of the steps that helped you to get to this moment where you're receiving this award this night?
I believe this is all about leadership, and leadership isn't about doing it entirely on your own. Leadership is being able to harness the powers, the talents within the team, and ensuring everybody pulls their weight. And at the end of the day, we all get the results, and well, maybe someone takes the shine on behalf of everybody. But it all speaks to the fact that at the end of the day, we all win, and we all get something done. So
we are very excited. I'm very, very proud of the award because this is a result of hard work, resilience, and professionalism in the market. Iron Global, what we are set for is to distinguish ourselves as one of the best issuing houses offering financial advisory services in Nigeria and across Africa. And in the last 4 years, at least, we've proved to the world that we have the competence, we have the capacity and the capability to do a very good job. And that has shown in over 20 transactions that we've done in the last 4 years.
What are some of the steps that you took to arrive at this juncture of receiving this award?
Well, kudos to our board, who comprises of men of distinct professionalism and high level when it comes to competence and understanding of the market. And what we stand for is quality, right away from the board to the management. And that has shown in everything we have done. We've been able to offer the best of service to our customers, and that has led to deals upon deals, and here we are today. This is one of the reward of good job.
I'm glad it meant that we're doing something good in the industry. I would say thank you and shout out to our clients that really believe in us and believe in our expertise, what we have to deliver. As a private wealth and trust service firm, it's important that at the forefront of our business, we keep our customers in mind, how to support them, set up structures that can, be formidable to warehouse their asset, manage it, and then help them distribute when the time comes to their beneficiaries seamlessly. So yes, to our clients, thank you.
In Lagos,
watching Business Day Television.
This is the news update to you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira hits 2025 peak at 1,400 as forex supply rises. Nigerian stock market rises 8% in October, extending since April. Experts say $43.2 billion reserves boost Naira investor confidence. 7 banks pay 647.68 billion naira in taxes. And thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. The naira recorded its strongest appreciation this year in October, closing at 1,421 naira 73 kobo to the dollar at the official foreign exchange market. According to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, the currency strengthened by 3.63% from 1,475.34 at the end of September. Throughout the month, the naira traded below the 1,500 mark, with its weakest level of 1,475 naira 35 kobo recorded on October 17th. A report from ICO Capital noted that offshore investors sold dollar positions, boosting supply and easing demand pressures, leading to a 2.48% weekly gain for the naira. Nigeria's external reserve also rose during the period, reaching $43.17 billion as of October 20th. This marks an increase of 1.93% from the end of September, signaling ongoing build-up of foreign assets. Exports reported a rise in Nigeria's current accounts surplus to $5.3 billion in the second quarter of 2025, driven by lower import bills and growing export receipts. The Nigerian stock market closed October 2025 on a strong note, posting an 8% gain and extending its bullish run that began in April. The NGX All-Share Index climbed from 1,402,713 to 1,504,126 points, as investors' activity remained upbeat with over 12 billion shares traded. Market analysts say the performance made October the second best month of the year, following a 16.57% rally in July. This brings total gains so far in 2025 to nearly 50%, with the second half alone contributing over half of that growth. Among the top performers was Vitafilm Nigeria PLC, which ranked 10th, rising 17.79% to close at 94 naira per share. The company reported a pre-tax profit of 7.3 billion naira for the third quarter, nearly double the figure recorded a year earlier, lifting its full-year profit to 21.2 billion naira. And also, Nigeria's foreign reserves have climbed to a 5-year high of $43.4 billion, boosting confidence in the economy. Analysts say the surge signals renewed investor trust, a stronger naira, and proof that government reforms are taking hold. They credit tighter fiscal discipline, increased foreign inflows, and diaspora remittances for the rise. Economist Muda Yusuf says it reflects real confidence in the economy, but once the gain must translate into jobs, productivity, and lower living costs. Other experts are calling for deeper reforms, better infrastructure, and improved security to sustain growth. The central bank says the reserves can now cover 11 months of imports, showing the Nigerian economy is gaining its strength. And up ahead, 7 banks pay 674.68 billion naira in taxes in the first half. We'll bring you more details after this time out. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. 7 Nigerian banks paid a combined 674.68 billion naira in taxes to the government in the first half of 2025, representing a 14.69% increase from the 588.25 billion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. EcoBank led the tax contributors with 186.35 billion naira, marking a 41% rise from 132.49 billion naira last year. It was followed by GTCO, which paid 151.89 billion naira. Access Holdings also saw its tax bill climb to 104.66 billion naira, reflecting increased corporate tax. However, not all banks recorded higher tax charges, as Zenith Bank's tax expense declined to 93.45 billion naira from 149.03 billion naira. UBA paid 52.88 billion naira, down from 85.22 billion naira a year earlier. First Holdco and Wema Bank reported increases to 72.38 billion naira and 13.07 billion naira, respectively. And moving on, power generating companies in Nigeria say they have lost 2.31 trillion naira in 12 years due to electricity that could have produced but left unused as a result of greed and operational constraints. Fresh data from the Association of Power Generation Companies, presented by Managing Director Joy Ogaji, shows the losses were recorded between 2013 and September 2025. According to the data, Nigeria's grid has consistently failed to absorb more than 2,000 megawatts of available power yearly, resulting in 119 billion naira in lost capacity payment between January and September 2025. The APGC warned that the unresolved challenges have discouraged investors and limited power supply, despite over 10 gigawatts of idle generation capacity nationwide. The group stressed that if even half of the stranded power had been utilized in the last decade, Nigeria could have achieved up to 12% additional GDP growth. And away from that story, despite recent anti-Nigeria sentiment in parts of Ghana, Nigerians and friends of Nigeria gathered in Accra to celebrate unity, excellence, and shared progress at the 65th Most Impactful Nigerians in Ghana Award, held to mark Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary. The ceremony honors 65 Nigerians for outstanding achievements in business, education, health, art, and technology. Acting High Commissioner Ambassador Moses Ifedayo Adeoye commended the awardees and urged Nigerians in Ghana to project the country's positive image and resilient spirit, while fostering stronger ties with Ghana through collaboration and community building. President of the All Nigerian Community, Bayo Asaolu, also called for continued unity and pride in Nigerian success stories. Organizers of the event, Barry Undu, said the awards aim to recognize Nigerians making meaningful contributions in Ghana, underscoring the cultural and economic bond between both nations. MTN Nigeria has posted 3.7 trillion naira in revenue and 1.1 trillion naira in pre-tax profit for the third quarter of 2025, marking a full recovery from past foreign exchange losses. While voice and data remain key revenue source, the telecom giant's fintech arm, which includes Momo Payment Service Bank, is emerging as a major growth driver. The division earned 131.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of the year, up over 70% from 2024, as MTN deepen digital payment and expand active wallets nationwide. MTN says the fintech boom reflects its push for financial inclusion, with millions of Momo agents now bridging the gap between cash and digital finance across Nigeria. And still to come, South African brand inches higher ahead of manufacturing PMI. This and more after this commercial break.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there
There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa. The South African rand edged higher in early trade on Monday ahead of key economic data releases. The rand was trading at 17.29 against the US dollar, up around 0.2% from Friday's close. Market attention is now on the ABSA Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index for October, due at 9:00 GMT. The report will provide insights into the health of South Africa's manufacturing sector. Later in the day, investors will also look to October vehicle sale data expected around 12:00 GMT for an indication of consumer demand for major purchases. Nedbank economists said they expect vehicle sales to have remained strong in October, supported by easier financial conditions, lower debt servicing costs, and subdued prices. In the bond markets, government securities were little changed in early trade, with the yield on the 2035 bonds slipping marginally by half a basis point to 8.86%. We now head to the foreign scene. The Asian markets climbed on Monday, buoyed by optimism over the US-China trade truce and strong investment interest in artificial intelligence. MSCI's broadcast index of Asia-Pacific shares outside Japan gained 0.63%, hovering near a 4.5 high. South Korea's Kospi led gains, rising more than 2% to a record level, while China's blue chip CSI 300 added 0.1%, and Hong Kong's Hang Seng index climbed 1%. Japan's markets were closed for a holiday. Analysts said sentiment improved following last week's trade agreement between Washington and Beijing, though doubts persist over how long the truce will last. Meanwhile, the US dollar strengthened to a 3-month high after hawkish comments from central bank officials dampened expectations for early rate cuts. And also, the US dollar held near a 3-month high on Monday as investors awaited key economic data this week for clues on the Federal Reserve's policy outlook. The yen remained weak, trading near an 8.5-month low, weighed down by wide interest rate differentials between Japan and the United States. The euro slipped to 1.1536 US dollar, its lowest in 3 months, while sterling fell 0.19% to 1.3145 US dollar ahead of the Bank of England's policy decision later this week. The pound was also pressured by political uncertainty surrounding Finance Minister Rachel Reeves and concerns over the impact of our upcoming November budget. With the US government shutdown likely to delay Friday's non-farm payroll report, investors will turn their attention to ADP employment data and ISM PMI releases for signs of the economy's strength. And up next is sport news after this break. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates. Now we head to sports, where Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola says his team have the energy to challenge for the Premier League title this season, with Erling Haaland performing at what he called mercy levels. City moved up to second on the table, 6 points behind leaders Arsenal, after a 3-1 win over Bournemouth on Sunday, their fourth victory in 5 league matches. Haaland scored twice to take his season's tally to 13 goals, though Guardiola admitted concern that no other City player scored more than once so far. Still, the manager expressed confidence in his squad's form, saying he feels a different energy compared to last season, when City finished 13 points behind champions Liverpool. And so when the news, pressure is mounting on Wolves manager Victor Pereira after a 3-0 defeat to Fulham left the club bottom of the Premier League with just 2 points from 10 games. Away from fans at Craven Cottage chanted for Pereira's dismissal, while applauding midfielder Andrea and João Gomes, who were controversially left on the bench. The loss deepened concerns about Wolves' direction, marking a fourth consecutive season in which the club will finish the year with a different head coach than the one who started pre-season. Pereira's struggle highlights broader instability at Monilux, following the department of sporting director Matt Hobbs and the appointment of Domenico Tetti, a close associate of Pereira, as director of football. The failure of these recent changes, just weeks after Pereira signed a new 3-year deal, has increased scrutiny on chairman Jeff Shee and club leadership. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.